Okay, good morning. Welcome to our regular board meeting of the 2022-2023 school year for September 26, 2022. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 10:37. I'm sorry, we're a little bit behind. And we will move to Trustee Hodges for our land acknowledgement.
Okay, welcome to our division office located in the traditional land and territory of Niitsitapi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you so much, and I'll invite everyone to rise for the singing, playing of O Canada. Thank you very much. We'll move on to our consent agenda, item B. Recommendation that the September 26, 2022 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Trustee Yegas is going to make that motion. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
I'd like to pull the superintendent's report out, and I was going to say Richard report, but Richard isn't here, so I don't know. I guess there's a question I wanted to ask on it. Maybe somebody else could answer it. If not, we'll just, yeah. So Richard's report too. Mr. Feller.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we will pull both the superintendent and associate superintendent, Mr. Feller's reports for discussion items. F4 and F5. Okay. Any other consent agenda items? Okay, seeing none. The recommendation is that the September 26, 2022 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented. All in favor? Perfect, thank you. Okay. Pardon me. Okay, move on to action item C, or to item C, emergent changes to the agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees, that the September 26, 2022 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Long. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Yeagos.
I have an emergent item that I would like to, I will bring it forward. There's, well, actually two of them. One of them is regarding to amend the ATA Executive LRSD Trustee Liaison Committee and Policy 8. And the second one is that other than housekeeping changes, the Board of Trustees has not reviewed Policy 16 in depth to ensure that the contents are congruent with the Education Act and current realities in the division. And I would like to make the motion that the Board of Trustees direct the Policy Committee to review Policy 16, schools closures, modernization, and reconfigurations for the October board meeting.
Okay, thank you. So the first item around the ATA executive would be item E12. And the second item around policy 8 would be E13. Does anyone have any problems with these being added as emergent items? Seeing none. Okay, Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was previously a notice of motion about special meeting recordings that didn't make the cut from previous ones. And
Thank you.
We've just had a lot of meetings in between. If it could be added as well,
Perfect.
please.
So we'll just give Nikki a moment here, and as E14, we will have a motion around recording of special meetings. Thank you so much for that reminder, Trustee Toon. Okay. Okay. Okay, Trustee Gimber.
I would like to add, from business arising from our meeting this morning, a motion with regards to the price of fuel having significantly increased, and other boards around us have already increased their per kilometer rates. So I'd like to make a motion to direct administration.
Okay, so we will add E15, a motion around the per kilometer rates. Thank you very much, Trustee Gimber, and especially thanks to Nikki, the wizard behind the computer there. Okay. Any other emergent motions, arising motions? Okay, seeing none. So the recommendation is that the September 26, 2022 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended. That was made by Trustee Long. All in favor? That is passed. Perfect, thank you. We will move on to the item D, declaration of conflict of interest. That the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflict of interest relating to agenda items from September 26, 2022 board meeting, and if so, they should declare them now. Seeing none. Thank you. So we will move on to our action items. Action item E1, our borrowing resolution. Enclosed with the agenda is a copy of the proposed borrowing resolution for the 2022-2023 school year. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the borrowing resolution, which authorizes the board to borrow such sums as the board may deem necessary to meet current expenditures during the 2022-2023 school year. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Stankiewicz? Okay. Trustee Stankiewicz, did you want to speak to it before Mr. Perry?
I'll leave Mr. Perry to speak to it.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to you, Mr. Perry.
Okay, thank you. This is an annual request that's brought before the board at the beginning of the year. And what it is it's a revolving loan that we are required by our banking institution to have on file on an annual basis to ensure that if funds were ever to get to a point where we need to dip into the revolving loan, that we would have that in place and that there would not be any issues with that. This year we actually dipped into it a little bit as we use more IMR dollars and so forth. And as we utilize our reserves, we get to that point where we may have to dip into it very briefly. We do have investments that we take into consideration when the maturity of that is, and ensure that our cash flow is monitored and we have sufficient resources in the bank at all times. But it really depends on how much is expended by the schools, departments, and things of that nature. If it's early at the beginning of the month, then there could be a scenario where we dip into it like we saw one month this year. So I bring it to the board for approving the motion so that we have this in place in the event that we need to utilize it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perry. Do we have any questions around this? Seeing none, did you want to close on that, Trustee Sangowitz, or are you okay? Okay, all right. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the borrowing resolution, which authorizes the board to borrow such sums as the board may deem necessary to meet current expenditures during the 2022-2023 school year. All in favor? That is passed. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to E2, Deputy Superintendent. Superintendent Seguin will speak to board, Superintendent Seguin will seek the Board of Trustees approval of appointing Associate Superintendent Chad Kuzak as Deputy Superintendent for the 2022-2023 school year. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the appointment of Associate Superintendent Chad Kuzak as the Deputy Superintendent for the 2022-2023 school year. Trustee Yegas is going to make that motion. Do you want to speak to it or go right to Mr. Seguin?
I'd just like to say he'll make a great deputy superintendent.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Seguin.
Thank you. Yes, definitely it's important to for the board to have a motion in place identifying the person designated as the deputy superintendent should anything happen where I'm unable to perform those responsibilities throughout the course of the year. And in Livingstone Range, for the past several years, we've had a system where there's been an alternating basis between Associate Superintendent Richard Feller and Associate Superintendent Chad Kuzik as identified as the Deputy Superintendent for that school year. And so Richard's term that had been appointed or approved by the board, I guess, has ended, and I ask that you consider approving this motion to have Associate Superintendent Chad Kuzik appointed as Deputy Superintendent for this school year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seguin. Does anyone have any questions or concerns? Legitimate? Okay, with that then I will call the vote on the motion that reads that the Board of Trustees approve the appointment of Associate Superintendent Chad Kuzak as Deputy Superintendent for the 2022-2023 school year. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much. We'll move on to E3, the professional learning budget. I'll recuse myself as chair for this one if you could take over, Mr. Perry.
Okay. Professional learning budget, I'll just go through E3 as it is in the agenda. So because trustees previously accessed PD dollars equally over their 4 years in office, and because of motion which states trustee personal PD fund as follows: 150% year one, 125% year two, 100% year three, 25% year four, with carryover allowed from 1 year, a maximum of 2,000, and no carryover beyond the 4th year. The recommendation that is in the agenda is that the Board of Trustees move to divide all unused funds earmarked for personal development from 2021-22 year to be divided equally among the 7 trustees. Be it further moved that the full amount of unused PD dollars be rolled over for trustees to use in the 2022-23 school year. Is there a mover? Trustee Poitras? Okay, Trustee Poitras, you want to speak to that motion?
Thank you. Yeah, we've had a lot of discussion around our professional learning and the importance of it, as well as how to access PD dollars, especially with this change to accessing PD dollars at different percentages each year, because those PD funds were already earmarked for PD dollars, and we have some significant PD experiences this year, including CSBA coming to Alberta, and the trustee course that's being offered. I believe that those dollars could be very valuable for the trustees to use this year.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Is there any comments or questions? Trustee Hodges?
I have a couple comments, I guess. I know that course was offered, and it was prior to this coming forth, and so for people who were considering it, maybe didn't consider it because there wasn't enough PD dollars. So it's unfortunate that this comes at this late of time. But do you have a number of how many PD dollars is rolled over into this next year and what it would look like?
Yes, the number was shared in the information that Mr. Perry shared. Our unused PD dollars from the previous year was approximately $22,000. It would be divided by the 7 trustees and rolled over.
Thank you, Trustee Long.
Yeah, I'm against taking the money that is accumulated in surplus and splitting it amongst the trustees. As I've stated earlier, I could see this use because this money has been collected over many years and many trustees, either as something emergent that comes up where extra funding is needed. An example would have been for our 2 trustees who started their first term a year ago and found themselves struggling with PD funding. Our accumulated surplus would have been something that could have been used at that time. Or something that the board is going to do that is very special for all the members of the board at that time that they would all benefit from. Myself personally, I don't see any benefit for myself from this lump sum that would come to me through the accumulated surplus, and so I would definitely vote against it. If it is something along the lines of education, which I understand is PD, but being a school teacher, retired, I never had my advanced education paid for by anybody but myself. And so I don't see where these funds should be used for the advanced education of trustees either.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Poitras.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Just for clarity, these excess PD dollars are not rolled over from years of trustees or multiple trustees. Those dollars, if not used and rolled over, then just go back into the overall budget and will not increase as the years continue on. It's not an accumulated pot that we save up the money and then when we have something big, we do something with it. At the end of the 4 years, the pot will be at 0, and at the beginning of the 4 years, it will be back up to $28,000 per year. And every year, the amount that is unused and not rolled over is then just absorbed back into the overall school budget. So That's just for clarity.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I understand the intent of this motion is to maybe bring everybody back on level playing grounds, but I do feel that having that much carryover and divided among 7 trustees is a lot. I don't know if this changes the intent of the motion, but I would like to make an amendment to it that the carryover be used to cover Trustee Gimber and Trustee Stankiewicz overpayment so that they are back on level playing field with the rest of us. So I'm unsure if that changes the motion or if to make it a friendly amendment or if I actually just need to make a new motion.
I think it does change the intent of what Trustee Poitras is trying to do.
Okay, so I'd like to make a new motion or amendment, however that.
Okay. Yeah, a subsequent motion.
subsequent-
We'll have to deal with
subsequent
this motion to begin with, and then if...
Okay.
Okay. Trustee Toon, do you have something to say?
Yeah, just some suggested wording for Trustees Hodges' subsequent motion, if should allow that the PD dollars be set for year 2, this upcoming year, to 125 for all trustees, and any trustees that have dollars allow that to roll over the $2,000. So if that kind of meets the intent, like not to name trustees because we don't know who has
True.
dollars and who doesn't have dollars, that
Thank
we just set everyone at the amount of 125, and if trustees are able to roll the $2,000 as per policy, that we allow that rollover.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to the original motion. Go ahead, Trustee Poitras.
Sorry. We're talking about the amendment still, is that right?
No, the amendment changes the intent of the motion, so she'll have to, it'll be a separate motion
Okay.
after the fact.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
we're still talking about your original motion. Any other comments or questions? Trustee Gimber?
I believe that one of the reasons, my opinion is one of the reasons this motion is a good one, is because it gives an interpretation and makes it clear what the interpretation of the 150%, 125%, 100%, 25% year 4 actually means. And if this is not approved, then I think we need to come to an agreement about what that actually means before we proceed with any other PD-related or PL-related issues, motions, whatever.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. I'm just going to seek some clarification because I don't see it that way. As far as what this motion is attempting to do is take surplus professional development funds that were not expended in the 2021-2022 year, divide them and allocate them equally to the 7 trustees. That's the intent of the motion as I see it. So I still think you would need another motion for clarification on the understanding of the original motion that was passed a little bit back. Trustee Toon.
Yeah, I'd agree that we could have some additional motions because the different interpretations that we've seen with this, but I do think that in doing this, dividing up these surplus funds, it sets a dangerous precedent where budgets don't really mean anything and additional dollars can always be rolled over, and that more dollars will be spent than in this upcoming year than original budget, because there's always additional funds besides the PD dollars that get used in that, because people use some PD for things and some others, so splitting it up. So I think that to be fiscally responsible, that we don't roll over all the excess dollars, because we've never done that before as a board. As long as I've been on the board, we've earmarked some dollars for certain things and rolled over some amount of dollars, but to roll over the whole amount, I think, is excessive, and it can create financial challenges.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Stankiewicz.
I'm confused in that statement because there already is a precedent set to roll over a certain amount for incumbent trustees yearly.
Trustee Toon, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not about rolling over a certain amount, it's rolling over the entire amount. And the current structure that we approved of 150, 125, 125 helps budgeting through the years to help trustees. And as Trustee Hodges says, trustees would make different decisions if we knew that there was all this dollars were going to continually be pushed to everyone else. People would have made different choices. So to say that we're going to just divide up all those unused dollars because the intent is trustees to use the dollars that they're given. And if they're not going to use it, the intent isn't to just continually divide them up amongst those that are expending PD dollars. So that's where I struggle with this. We tell our schools, that the government, that we want to use today's dollars for today's kids. So we as trustees can do whatever we want and continually roll over the entire amount. I really struggle with that, because those dollars can go back to the system to benefit kids in the classroom. That's a fact.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Poitras.
Yep. I appreciate all the comments and thoughts that are being shared. I would have no problem with amending this motion to say that those rollover dollars would be used for CSBA if people feel like that's appropriate. But it's a professional development or professional learning is a huge part of being a trustee, and these dollars are earmarked for this purpose. And what I've heard from trustees in our meetings and in our conversations, and what I feel is we need this PD. We're encouraged to go to this PD. There's multiple things that happen every year that we are unable to attend because we would be taking a loss by taking time off work or doing those things to go to these events. So I feel like, especially with CSBA happening in Alberta this year, that it would be a good thing to do. But yeah, I feel like adding PD dollars or accessing these PD dollars for an additional year rather than putting them back into the overall budget and the 5% that goes towards administrative costs would be a better use of those dollars.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. I have Trustee Kimber first, and then we'll go to Trustee Long.
The money that is budgeted for professional development is meant for professional development. And whether it's one person or all 7 trustees that are taking advantage of that money, professional development, board development needs to use, we need to use those funds. If we're not using those funds, then our board, our trustees, we are not developing. We are not furthering our education to make our opinions, our ideas, our emotions, like it is imperative. We are asking teachers, we are asking other people in our division to do professional development, and we're not doing it. If we have any amount of rollover, then we're not doing it. So that money is earmarked for professional development. In my opinion, if it's not being used by these trustees, then it needs to be used by somebody else in the division.
Thank you, Trustee Kimber. I have Trustee Long and then Trustee Yegas.
I think that was a very valid point, made very strongly by Trustee Kimber. I would make an amendment that reads that each the Board of Trustees move to divide all unused funds earmarked for personal development from 2021-22, I'll slow this down after, Nikki, year to be divided equally into $1,000 increments for each of the following 4 years for each trustee. In other words, rather than one big lump sum payment out of that $27,000, we would increase each board member's PD by $1,000 each of the next 4 years.
3 years
3 years.
left in this term.
So the amount that was calculated was 22,700. Not 27,000. Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor.
I would not consider that friendly.
No, we'll vote on that for sure. Nikki, do you want to repeat that motion? We should probably get it down so that everybody's clear as to what's
Yes,
being
I will.
proposed.
And I will also add that I would be open to an amendment from somebody as to the amount of that. I said $1,000 and perhaps $1,500 would be a more sufficient, more positive. I'm simply saying if somebody wanted to make an amendment. So that the Board of Trustees move to divide all the unused funds earmarked for personal development from 2021-2022 year to be divided equally into $1,000 increments given to each trustee for their professional development over the next 3 years. $1,000 a year to each trustee for the next 3 years.
You can just remove that 4, yep.
Okay.
And then after development, put be divided into $1,000 increments, yep. Distributed to trustees over the next 3 years. There you go.
Okay, just a second. I just want to get it down and then I'll read it and then we'll open it up for discussion on the amendment. Okay, so I'll just read it. Trustee Long's making an amendment to move to divide all unused funds earmarked for professional development to be divided into $1,000 increments distributed to trustees over the next 3 years. Is that what you're saying, Trustee Long?
I think I would make a change to move to divide unused funds, not all, because you wouldn't be using all the funds.
Okay. All right, you're happy with that amendment? Okay. All right, we'll open it up for discussion. We're speaking specifically about the proposed amendment. Okay, Trustee Poitras.
My question is, why? Why would you make that amendment, Trustee Long? Why did I make it? Like, what is the benefit to this amendment?
Well, I'm absolutely against taking the $22,000 and dividing it all up into 7 equal parts at this time. Not all of us would need that kind of PD for this year, and I realize that money carries over. Part of the reason I'm making this is because I totally disagree with the 150 for 1 year, 125, but that's irrelevant at this point, or somewhat irrelevant. So I'm trying to find a way, I'm collaborating, a way to help the trustees that legitimately feel they need more PD money. They don't have enough. I can accept that and agree with it. I think you hurt that when you went to 150% for year 125. I can't understand why a trustee would need less money the more years they're a trustee. Again, I'm stretching here. But by adding $1,000 onto each PD fund for each trustee, you've now given them more money to help them with their professional development, which is very important, for each of the next 3 years. And I stated that $1,000 was a bottom figure. It was just a figure I pulled out of the air. Perhaps somebody might want to amend that if this is defeated and say it should be $1,500 more. I'd like to see enough PD for every single one of our trustees. I'd like to see them have enough funds to have a positive year and do the PD that they want to do and not have to dig into their own finances to do it. On the other hand, I'm totally against taking the $22,000 and just in one lump sum handing it out to everybody and saying, here, now you have enough PD. Well, you're also saying, here, you got way more money than you need. So that's why I put this in.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, just speaking to the amendment, I'm against the amendment. I feel that this is just a way of circumnavigating the board policy. The board passed the motion of the 150, 125, and 125, and to divide it up to basically usurp that and make that the de facto. Just make the motion to return to 100% if that's what the intent is to do, and go against what the current policy was. I think there was a lot of thought and rationale in going to the current system, and that it helps provide for the years when you need it the most. The new trustees, it's a steep learning curve. We know that the budgeting is higher, then we spend more money, then we need more available funds. It's not to say that you don't need more dollars the years that you're the more years you're a trustee, but we got to be fiscally responsible here. We can't continue to spend above all our peers for PD, and that's what we're doing by saying that all these dollars continue to roll over.
Okay, I've got two in line, Trustee Long. So Trustee Yegas and then Trustee Poitras.
Yes, I disagree with this part of the policy, just doing the amendment to it. I was thinking of making an amendment to say $3,000, but that then is just going back to what the original motion was. So, and the reason I disagree with this, and I disagree with a lot of the things that have been said, is that each individual trustee knows what they want to do with it. Sometimes things come up during the year that we don't. And I have no problem with, at the end of the year, if I've got extra money, or if trustees got extra money, with giving that money to the other trustees who are using more of it. Maybe they want, and as I said, new trustees, maybe they need more PD, or want more PD than I do. And there's all sorts of reasons within a year that you're not going to do PD. And so, we can't look at a trustee and say you're not doing PD because, there's reasons for it. So I think we should stop trying to control each of the trustees in terms of what they're spending and what they're not spending, and just say, let's let them have it. Let's leave it open. I would go back to the 100 or the 100% for each year, but we can't make that motion now.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Yegas. Okay, Trustee Long.
I still see this as a way to solve some of the problems. And that problem is created by the policy we have now, the 150, 125, in that in our fourth year, we're down to 25%, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. That's the only word for it. So in my fourth year, when I'm very experienced, I don't need to have any PD before I start my 5th year. This states that in my 4th year, I'm probably not coming back in my 5th, so I don't deserve PD, which is ridiculous. Most trustees I meet have done more than one term. So I need to have just as much money in my 4th year as my 5th.
Point of order, Chair.
So to cover this loss, that's why the 1,000 a year would help me in my 4th year with my PD. So I did not speak out of turn, because I was adding that $1,000 in my amendment would help me in my 4th year of PD.
Point of order, we're not debating the amendment, we're speaking to the terms of our current policy. And we continue to do that with multiple people speaking to it. I would ask that we call the question.
Testing, okay. All right, I think we've had plenty discussion, so, and Trustee Long spoke last. We'll view that as his closing comments, and so we will call the question. We're speaking specifically in regards to the amendment to the motion, so that is that the Board of Trustees move to divide unused funds earmarked for professional development to be divided into 1,000 increments distributed to trustees over the next 3 years. All those in favor? Okay, those opposed? The amendment is defeated. We are back to the original. We're not done, folks. We're still back to the original motion. So we'll continue with discussion, questions, dialogue in relation to the original motion that was passed, or that was moved by Trustee Poitras. Yeah, Trustee Toon.
I would ask that we call the question on the motion.
Okay. Typically when we call the questions, do we have a closing remarks?
When you call the question, there is no closing remarks, but you need to see if everyone is in favor
of calling the question.
Vote on calling the question.
Okay, thank you. Is there any
Recorded vote, please.
Chair? Is there any opposition to calling the question? Okay. With that, we will call the question on the motion that states that the Board of Trustees move to divide all unused funds earmarked for personal development from 2021-22 year to be divided equally among the 7 trustees. Be it further moved that the full amount of unused PD dollars be rolled over to trustees' use in the 2022-23 school year. All in favor? All opposed? That motion is carried. I will pass the chair back to Trustee Poitras.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perry, and thank you guys for your discussion around that piece. We will now move on to E4, school visit schedule. Daryl Siegman, our superintendent, will review the proposed school visit schedule to the Board of Trustees. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed school visit schedule for the 2022-2023 school year as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Stankiewicz, and I will turn that over to Mr. Siegman.
Thank you very much. Near the end of last school year, the board asked that I update and adjust the school visits schedule. As you know, with COVID, we really haven't been able to get into the schools much at all, especially as an entire board and senior admin. So the schedule going forward is a 4-year schedule that takes into account visits to each community so that you're seeing more than one school in the course of a day, but still leaving time for a portion of the day to be allocated to a meeting of the whole. So these scheduled visits in these months that are identified on this schedule here are really meeting of the whole days, where the first school you visit might be something like 9 o'clock in the morning, depending on their bell schedule. You would spend 60 to potentially 90 minutes in that school, seeing the kids and seeing the goals of the division in action would be ideal, right? Leadership, culture, and academics. And then, hearing from the principal, obviously, while you visit there, like I say, seeing students in action towards the education plan and the different goals would be the ideal alignment that we'd like to see. And then you would transition over to the other school. Most of the time it's in the same community, and where you would spend another 60 to 90 minutes doing the same thing, leaving the afternoon for the meeting of the whole. Now, depending on where the school visits occurred, if it's convenient for the board or space requirements require it, we would come back to division office and have the meeting of the whole here. But for example, if you're out in the Crow's Nest Pass in the morning visiting 2 schools, then we would find room in one of the schools out there for your meeting of the whole to occur in the afternoon. Any questions? I should just clarify, I guess. So every school with this schedule would be visited twice by the trustees over the course of 4 years. With the exception of the colony schools, there are 13 colony schools, and so to make it feasible, they would be split into one visit every 4 years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seguin. Does anyone have any questions about the new schedule or the schedule presented for the upcoming year? Okay, so then the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed school visit schedule for the 2022-2023 school year as presented. That was moved by Trustee Stankiewicz. All in favor? Perfect, that is passed. Okay, we'll move on to E5, Alberta School Board Association positions. Trustee Lori Hodges will share with the board information around the position of the ASBA Zone 6 Director and the time commitment and why she would like to run. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees support Trustee Hodges in putting her name forward for ASBA Zone 6 Director, and I'll make that motion. I'll recuse myself and make that motion.
Is there any other trustee that wants to take on the chair, or would you like me to? Okay, I'll take that on. Okay. So I think we've gone through the information with regards to the motion. So is there any conversation, questions around this motion? Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I just would really, this is a position that I've always been interested in running for. And as the Zone 6 Director position is coming up this year, I would like very much so in our board support in running for this position. I feel I have a strong voice for education, and I would like to be part of a bigger voice up at ASBA at the director's table. And so, yeah, I just would also like to thank Trustee Toon for giving us a strong voice at the ASBA table too as the current director.
Trustee Yegas.
Just a point of information, this position is coming up in October, right, at the general meeting? Okay, thank you.
Trustee Poitras.
I just wanted to share why it was important for me to recuse myself as chair. I have learned a lot from Lori over the years and believe really strongly in her abilities to represent all students throughout Alberta and especially through the Zone 6 and bring back that information to the zone and specifically to us. And so I really wanted to be able to move this recommendation to show my support for her running for this position. I think she'd do an excellent job.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Any further? Oh, Trustee Toon, sorry.
Thanks. No, I just want to say I'm really hopeful that Trustee Hodges gets the position. She's done an amazing job at working at the zone, and she would do a phenomenal job. I've been encouraging her for a long time to put her name forward, so I'm glad that she's willing to do that. Just one thing, point of clarity for the board, that we need to have an understanding as a board that they're going to approve, not going to, it is proposed in the draft bylaws that only one person per board can hold any position on the executive. So whether that's anything from the labor rep, the SAPDC, zone chair, vice chair. So if Trustee Hodges is successful in doing this, and I hope she is, that there are no other positions available for our board
At the zone table?
at the zone table.
Oh, at the zone table. Okay, that was I was going to add.
All right, thank you, Trustee Toon.
I was going to ask, seeing that they haven't passed that bylaw yet, and we don't know if it's going to be passed, I don't think that really, until that happens, we shouldn't be taking that. I don't think we should take that into consideration.
Trustee Toon.
Yeah, no, it's not guaranteed that it'll pass, but it was discussed and there was no concerns raised at the zone meeting. I know it has to come to the next one for a vote, but that will be passed before the election for positions at the zone because the AGM happens after. So whatever the outcome is on that, well, it'll be what it is.
Okay, thank you. Any further? Okay, Trustee Boychus, you want to close?
No, I think it's all been said, and I hope that you can be successful.
Okay, so the motion that we are looking at is that the Board of Trustees support Trustee Hodges in putting her name forward for ASBA Zone 6 Director. All those in favor? Thank you. And good luck.
Thank you very much. I would now move that we suspend the rules and consider having our presenters out of order of our agenda, as they have other engagements that they need to be at. So, all in favor? Perfect. Okay. With that, then we will call up Nikki. Does it matter who goes first? Okay, perfect. So we will ask Joel Gamache to come up and share his presentation with us around FACES. Sorry, place-based learning supervisor. So got a little write-up for you here so everyone knows, not just us, who you are. Joel Gamache is our place-based learning supervisor, and he will provide an update of the work being accomplished through the 2022 FACES Summer School Initiative. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Mr. Gamache.
Is it working? Oh, good. Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's good to see everyone. Welcome back from the summer. We had an absolute wonderful summer with regards to FACES. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind putting it up, that'd be perfect.
Will you pull your mic just a little bit closer to
Yes,
make
of
sure
course.
the recording is getting it? Thank you.
Is that a little better? Good. Okay, so I put together some short slides for us just to guide the conversation. So, like I mentioned before, the summer was fantastic. We had probably the best weather I've ever experienced as a FACES staff, which was great. The rains were timely. When we had shelter, we got rain, and when we were outside and needing to be outside, we were able to stay dry and warm, which has made it really nice, at least as a staff member. I felt that way. Go ahead. So our summer had 14 sessions. We had 773 expressions of interest to enroll in the program, and so that meant we actively turned away students to participate. It was about 213 students who did not have a position within FACES this summer. We filled our enrollment, and 544 students completed the program. So we saw 16 incompletes, and those came from last-minute dropouts due to injury or a number of others that I was personally followed up with. And it was unfortunate that they missed, but we were not able to fill those 16 positions, even though we did have a number of students who were interested. It just happened too late to make it work. So we had 388 non-LRSD students and 156 LRSD students participate with us this summer, and 26 families who accessed our funding assistance program. And so that was a donations program, which I thought was very timely. Every year we see students who are not able to access funds to enroll with us, but FACES, we don't let that be a barrier. And so we support them wherever we can. Yeah, please. Yes, question.
Hello? Hello, there we go. So there were 773 expressions of interest and 560 spots for full enrollment. Were there any LRSD students that were turned away because the enrollment was full?
That's a very good question. Not to my knowledge. We've allowed all of our LRSD students to participate. We did have a number of LRSD students who withdrew in the last minute, a couple due to injury, and there was a number of them who also withdrew early in the summer, who we found positions for later in the summer, which is, we work very diligently to make that happen. If they express interest, then we support them wherever we can. Some of the bigger issues were were surrounding the anxieties of leaving home and being away for extended time. And so our staff worked very hard to accommodate that. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
I assume you take donations any time of the year?
Yeah, we'll happily do so. Yeah, and you can contact here at Livingstone Range to follow up that. Thank you. Some of our notable components of this summer was that we implemented our new locally developed curriculum, which I'm very excited about. And we participated in the courses, the Developing Integrity and Discovering Personal Value 15 and 25. So that would be our grade 10 and grade 11 equivalent. We did not offer our 35 level credit, because it's a course series. They have to work their way through 15, 25, 35. So this coming summer will be the first time we'll offer the 35 credit. This curriculum has been, has shown to be very effective, and the model of the returning curriculum really impactful to our students when they come back and return. Another successful feature is the Peaks campus, and we used FACES for that and had some expanding components such as like tent sites, and it was very, very effective with our students. We were able to roll through multiple student groups with minimal overlap and no impact on programming, which was very effective. That had at times on Monday over 125 people on site moving through and engaging in programming, and it worked very well. And as I mentioned before, the returning 3-year model being a very effective and sound practice, and that being guided by some of the more forward-moving research in outdoor programming, away from a residency model and more into an engaging recurring program. Thank you. So our FACES Challenge session, I thought we'd put together some pictures, and we had 9 of those sessions this year. So that's for our first years who participated in rock climbing, rappelling, an overnight camping experience, so all hiking, as well as their personal journey, which is the online component in the project work that happens outside of the 1-week experience. So we had some wonderful photos, and I really believe that the canoeing that happens in year 1 on Crow's Nest Lake is by far the best teaching lake in what I think in southern Alberta, at least that we've accessed already between Mr. Clifton and myself. There's a wonderful bay that you can get to right at Crow's Nest Lake that rarely sees waves, and it very effective. So we were able to make that work this summer, which is great. Thank you. our journey session, which is the year 2 session. We had five of those sessions this summer, which students participated in an extended self-propelled camping experience. And that was a group that I participated on as a staff member, and it was a renounding support. Students were very nervous going into it and thinking, wow, I have to carry everything that is going to keep me alive for the next 6 days on my back, and they're very scared and nervous, and it's designed to be a challenge, and it was very effective at delivering our curricular outcomes. Yes.
So is this taken straight south from the camp all the way back to the basin?
This is not quite. So we access the Eagle Mountain Pass.
Yeah.
On your way out to Waterton. This is where it goes on the South Castle Road. So we do the South Castle Loop with the year 2s. Our year 1s access in the basin in what they call Paradise Valley, right behind our site, which is, it's aptly named. It's gorgeous back there.
I don't mean to waste time. So is this all the way up to Blue Lake?
No, this is Bovin Lake.
This what?
Bovin Lake.
Oh, okay. I'm
You're one valley over.
Doesn't matter.
Thank you. Some wonderful photos of year 2 as well, students participating. Many of the hesitations for year 2 coming from students is that, oh, well, I'm not rock climbing, I'm not rappelling, I'm not canoeing. Why am I going? And they forget that the learning on the trail and the immersive outdoor experience is very effective ways to deliver curriculum. And so our classrooms, so like many of our staff had a hard time gathering their head around that during our training, was, well, when do we do our classes? We don't have any time in our schedule to sit down and do a class. But it happens on the trail as we go. The learning happens as we're experiencing. And so, which is a true form of experiential learning. And it's proven to be very effective this summer. Our year 3, which is our 35 level credit for our developing personal value and integrity curriculums. This will be the first time we offer that, and it's surrounding service. So students return back in year 3 and offer their service to year 1 and year 2, more so year 1, as a mentor. So they take more of a leadership role. There will be fewer spots in the year 3 curriculum for our students, as they do take some time in it, and it is very important to have purposeful mentors placed, but I see this as being a very exciting opportunity for our students and looking forward to implementing it. So I imagine we'll have roughly 4 or 5 student leaders per session. Some of our feedback this summer, I took a snapshot of some of the emails we had received and messages that came through, and so I just wanted to draw your attention to some of these. The one that I found most impactful came from a student, which was, they said, "Thank you. It means so much to me to spend the summer FACES session with you as my group leader. You made a big impact on my life, and I appreciate it so much." That was a message from a student to one of our staff. I don't mean to rush through it. I've shared this as well, but I'm happy to leave those up. I believe the board has access to this presentation, and so please feel free to read through. They are inspiring and speak to why we work very hard at doing what we do. There was one on the bottom that I'll draw attention to as well. It's a long-winded explanation, but the words were very strong. At the end, it said, "The students spoke very highly of blank, blank, and blank. She absolutely loved them." Those are 3 staff members, 2 of which are Livingstone Range employees. So just wanted to draw our attention to that as well. I wanted to leave some time for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gamache, for your presentation. We really appreciate you being here today and sharing with us on the FACES program. Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Yeah, I'm still keeping you on the spot, just so I understand the extended hiking trip. So you're going up to South Castle. The lake is not Bovey Lake. So then are you going up to Grizzly Lake, Scarp Lakes? It looked like the students were climbing the slopes up to Scarp Lake.
So we do the loop in reverse. So we go up to Bovin, over the pass, and then out to South Castle Road. The South Castle Road is easier to access for emergency service. So if we do it in reverse, we spend more time in accessible route, because usually your first day on the way into Bovin, that's very accessible. Your injuries tend to happen on first or towards the end of an experience. And so we make our emergency services a little more accessible if we do that route in reverse.
So when you're saying you're going to Bovey Lake, where the campground and everything is, that's where so the students are staying in the group camp.
Yeah.
At that. You hiked into that from the main highway.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. And then from Bovey Lake, you just turn and go back out?
So we go over the pass.
Which way?
So we go to the south.
Yeah.
And then bend to the west.
Yeah.
Down to South Castle and then out.
Aha. Gotcha now.
Now we're giving away our route. So. But
you.
no, it's a very popular route.
I know exactly what you're doing now.
It's gorgeous there.
Did you come across the beaver dams at the top?
We don't quite go so far,
All
but
right.
we can see some of the remnants.
Okay.
Remnants when we're standing up on the pass. We tend to point it out.
I wanted to get it clear in my mind where you were hiking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wonderful. One of the bigger hazards, I mean, we had contemplated going to Grizzly Lake, and there are some benefits to it, but I believe Grizzly is aptly named as well. So we try to avoid there too.
You could follow what was a road. You don't have to take the horse trail. And now it's a quad trail. And actually it's just 300-400 meter drop down to the lake then.
Right.
Pretty easy.
Thank
We keep
you.
talking or?
No. Thank you, Trustee Long, for your vast backwoods knowledge. And thank you, Mr. Gamache. Any other trustees have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges, and then Trustee Yeagus.
Thank you. I appreciate you talking about the year two, the coming back students and the anxiety that they felt thinking they weren't going to get what they needed out of it, because this is the first year with that change. And so it'll be interesting to see how that works now going into the third year and then all the what follows afterwards. So I appreciate you speaking to that a little bit and how the students felt about it. So thank you.
Yeah, the whole hiking, wilderness, and teaching on the trail, did you run into a lot of bears or cougars or other animals on that area?
That's a great question. With the nature of our group size, we tend to scare everything away. But we did see one cinnamon-colored black bear, which was gorgeous to see. It was a time when I was a staff member. We did have some reports of wildlife sightings, but no wildlife encounters. And so that was quite nice. We do a great job at prepping our sites and storing our food and teaching how to make that work and to do that in a successful way. And so I can safely say we had no encounters this year, but yeah, one of the hazards of being in the backcountry is the sightings, and so we saw them, but they steered clear. Nice.
You were lucky this year.
Yeah, we're lucky this year, and so we work hard to make sure we have those things in place.
Thank you very much. So again, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us. My oldest son attended FACES this year, as you know. I don't know if he had more anxiety being away from home or if I had more anxiety with him being away from home. And I had your number that I almost texted you a couple times to check in, but I didn't. So it was very impactful. I've been to the end of the week celebrations many times, but having your student come home and be in your home and seeing the difference in their perspective, in their confidence, and who they choose to be is pretty amazing. It's a amazing program, and we're so grateful to have it here and to have it expanding and to have you supporting it. So we appreciate your presentation and you sharing it with us, and I'm sure we'll have you back again. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the board's support, and the invitation stands at any of our parent nights. Please do attend. Happily bring you there and to show the program. I think the students do the best job at explaining the impact of the program. So hearing it right from them, as you mentioned, is very important to us. And so thank you for your support.
Thank you so much. We will now have Mr. Greg Fair from our summer school principal provide the board with an update of the work accomplished through the summer of 2022. And we'll just invite you up. Thanks for being here today with us, Mr. Fair.
Sitting down or using a mic. Okay, well, I get to follow up after Joel and his cool pictures and everything else. Meanwhile, I was in the basement for 20 odd days. So a little bit different scenario, not as flashy a PowerPoint. When you Google summer school, this is the first picture that comes up. And some of us are old enough to remember that classic, and I can assure you it was nothing like that. So I'll go to the next slide, please. What it actually looks like. So yeah, my dog Baxter, he's no German Shepherd. So I just wanted to give you a little context of what summer school actually looks like, because last year was our first year, and I'm not sure if everyone knows or understands what it looks like. So first off, we use the Hapara system, which has been implemented and is used through Pursuits in our online learning. And the very first year was absolutely terrible in the fact that we were all learning it, and the resources we had to work with were out of Wolf Creek, and they were not designed to do a summer school online and over 20 days, and so it was more of an in-person thing. So we had to spend we started in probably March building the resources so that they would work for our particular context. So we were although the platform was there, we basically started from scratch for the most part. So that took some time, several months to get set up, but we figured it out. And afterwards, I said to Chad, after the months and months that we all put into this, we certainly want to be invited back again next year to have a better go at this. So lots of learning, being the first time that there was a summer school. When I first came to the division over 20 years ago, having taught another division at summer school, I was hoping to see one then, because I know it fills a void in so many ways. Kids that are catching up in classes, they're out of sync with their courses, they want to lessen their load. If they struggle with one class, it gives them, an opportunity to pre-do it and focus just on that. So there's a lot of value to having a summer school. So when I was approached about the idea, I just thought of the value that it adds, and it's fantastic. It's not as fun as, like I said, the last one. But basically, so we use the Hapara system. We use Google Meet, so we're housed out of, what do we call, I want to say Gateway Crossroads here. So we come in, there's always teachers there. Students can do one-on-one Google Meets. They can come in if they wish, if they book an appointment. We will teach lessons, so we will book sessions for each class. So I was teaching all the social studies, for example, so maybe Tuesday and Thursdays I'd have a lesson. Sometimes those lessons were in the evening, 7 to 9 for our courses. Most of us offered evening lessons as a number of our students worked. And so we would offer these lessons and we would record them for the kids. Kids could reach out to us, email us at any time. So we would basically be in there, and I would give students a copy of my calendar and say, I'll be not available during these times. I'll be teaching a class. You can email me, I'll get back to you. They might email. I could set up a Google Meet right there, or I could walk through their assignment with them using Google. There's all kinds of different options. So that's a little bit about what it looked like. Most student communication was via email and lots of Google Meets. We had a handful of kids come in for extra help in person a couple of times. All right, is there any questions on the actual setup of it or what it looks like? We're good? Okay. Next, here are some stats. So we had 114 register. The first year we had no idea. So it was myself, I was hired on, and they said, okay, you can have 2 half-time teachers, and then start to grow really quickly. And I think we ended up with 80-odd students with 70-odd finishing in the first year. This year we had 114 registrations quite quickly. I turned away 3, again, lessons learned last year. If a student's 18 years old and they only have 5 credits, chances of them being successful in a very intense 20-day course is not very high. If a student has taken a course 4 times and they're running in 20-odd%, again, chances are trying to condense and do the same course in 5 days, they're not going to be successful. And so I was calling schools, particularly out of jurisdiction, but talking to principals in our school division, because the bulk of our students were from there. So I was trying to be proactive, and because those take a lot of time from an administrative perspective and from the teachers, and because things literally move 5 times faster than the normal school year, and we just don't have the time to deal with such extreme cases. And so we turned 3 down. We found out, unlike last year, there was a very high dropout rate in the beginning. We had 30 students drop out, with a total of 87 finishing out of the group. We did start a waiting list, but by the time we started seeing students drop, again, every day equals 1 week. So when you're 3-4 days in to try to put a person into it, we could do it with some option courses, some CTS, but to parachute into an English or a social or a Math 10C course 3-4 days in just wouldn't have been in the best interest of the child. As it is, it's already condensed. So we did have a higher dropout rate, and it really ties into parents and students, families in general, really not understanding the commitment of the summer school. And that was a theme we dealt with constantly. And so we would have people, and we were, I don't know, couldn't be more blunt in our orientation. So we do an orientation before it starts. We go through everything. And one of the things we stressed is you are committed for, expect 5 to 6 hours a day work. If you're going to go on vacation with your family for even 3 or 4 days, then don't take summer school. But that happened non-stop. And so we had parents that would leave. We'd be trying to get a hold of students. Oh, I'm down in Texas right now, and just things like that. And it, quite frankly, it became ridiculous to a point where it was, I felt like Santa Claus doing a wish list. It was, and I remember meeting with Daryl that came in one day, and I said, I've never seen a group that just the expectations became a little bit extreme, but nonetheless, we managed to get 87 finished. 11 were out of jurisdiction, 1 was from Glenwood, and 10 were from Calgary. And we learned a little bit about diploma courses, because this is the first time doing diploma courses in summer school as well, and the registration process there, and kind of understanding that, and them getting signed up for diplomas and stuff. So again, lessons learned, you get a little bit smarter each year, hopefully. So I'll go next one. So here's our completion rate if you want to break down per course. I never had a chance to check over my spelling there or anything, put this together. So fair success in the English and social studies. Science, not bad. Yeah.
Sorry, Trustee Toon just had a question quick before we go on to this section.
Yeah, sorry, just a question about eligibility. So if you've completed grade 9, are you eligible to take summer school?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we had a couple of students in that situation.
And the students who dropped out, the 30 students, do they consider as a failure then, or does it depend on how far?
Yeah, we had an ad drop date,
Okay.
so that was in there, and it depended on the circumstances as well. But in most cases, after the ad drop date, that was very well communicated. So we did give failing grades, and we had a few that were withdrawn. There was one young man that's one of our students in the division, normally through Terror and Pursuits. He wasn't keeping up with the social studies, but the main objective, and I work with the family, and I said, what's the main objective here? And it was to get credits. I said, well, this is social 30. Here's another option that's a little easier. And so we transferred that student about a weekend into the other one, and it worked well, and he was able to get 5 or 6 credits. So, yeah. What else? Number of math failures, and I'll speak to that in a moment, in PE. So what I'm finding with math is the difference between social and English is people are going in because they often want to get a course out of the way to lighten their load next year, whereas in math, there's more students that are struggling in math, so they want to do it. And I think some of them approach it as they're going to give it a try, and then it'll prepare them for the regular school year, if you will. But struggles definitely with math and trying to get them through there. With phys ed, a number of the kids that signed up for phys ed, they just outright hate phys ed, didn't want to take it, so they thought this is the most painless way to get through this in the summer. But they still hate phys ed in the summer, and despite it only being 20 days, they weren't successful in just meeting the expectations. A number of them just didn't show up and do their stuff, their requirements. With CALM, we had 8 students in CALM, and the way we can do the CALM is we can double them up. You get 3 credits for CALM. Typically, we do this at Matthew Halton as well, but it aligns with 3 other CTS modules quite nicely, so each student that took CALM received 6 credits. So that was a nice incentive there. Really nice, easy little media course that I did. It was one of the bundles that Tara put together through Pursuit, so it paid good dividends. Only 2 kids used it. I'm actually using it in the school right now to supplement kids that don't want to take the options that we have. Workplace safety is an easy one. They can whip through that in a week. Not all of them did, but they all got through that. And then again, little tourism section, another one of Tara's creations that kids were able to easily get 4 credits. So if kids are looking for credits, there's there. So these are the numbers I calculated. I guess at the end of the day, when people look, Jeff might have different numbers or whatever, but I would say this is a fairly close account. All right, any questions on that? All right. Yes.
The failure rate of the summer school, how does that compare to the failure rate of regular school terms or regular school year?
It's all about context and school. The students who failed are students that would be your struggling learners to begin with, and so they would have a history in most cases of struggling. And so it would be just a correlation of that. Like I said, with phys ed, it was high because we had students that didn't attend phys ed traditionally. I know I sent a few students from our school there trying to get them to phys ed. I thought, okay, talk to the parents. We kind of figured out a plan, but the same habits continued. And that's one thing we noticed where we tried to do some course recovery with some of our students that were online as well, and that proved very challenging. I was able to personally get a couple kids through and not so much with others. So, yes.
What was the number of courses a student could take? Just 1 or more?
Well, each was individual. So we had to try our best to get a sense of the student and who they were. So I had lots of conversations. I pulled their credit count and kind of looked at what kind of student they were, talked to some principals, in Calgary and our own. So there was a lot of that work that went in front. So it would depend on the student. I, for example, had a student that actually had 2 that were able to do social 30-2 and also complete the media bundle. So we have some students that had 9 credits. If they wanted to take CALM and one of the CTS bundles, that wasn't a problem as well. So we have numerous students that have received 8 to 10 credits. But if you have a student that, if their marks aren't exceptionally high and so on, we'd often tell them that English or social was enough for them, or math 10C, particularly grade 9s, trying to get a feel for what they're going to be like in a high school course where they're not used to the pace. So we wouldn't allow them to take more than a 5 credit. So it's just like how we do in schools. You have to take the time to look at everyone individually and respect them as individuals. And at the end of the day, you don't want to set anyone up for failure. you want to set them up for success. So the failure rates in those courses are a little bit disappointing. The year before, I might have had 1 or 2 failures. And so it was much higher. But like I said, it was very surprising. This year, like I said, the expectations were much, much higher from families. All right, so just some stats, and I'm sure you can just share this later. So this was a survey that we sent out. Average was about 4 hours a day. We had some students that were spending 8 or 9 hours because they were doing 2 courses. Most of them said the course was manageable. Virtual classes, we taped them, and so you're just over half attended live classes, and a lot of that has to do with them having jobs during the day or other commitments. Communication from teacher average is there. What else? Hapara, it was nice to see that the Hapara platform was quite well received at 25 out of 27. I'm using it in my classroom in the school currently. I teach a grade 9 social class. I'm trying to encourage other staff to look at it. I think it's far superior to Google Classroom. What else? Notice 17 out of 27 had a job. 9 out of 27, so a third of them went on vacation during this time, despite our concerns of that. And of those ones that went on vacation, some of them would be doubled up in jobs as well. And so even though they said the pace was manageable, the biggest obstacle is time management. I mean, these are kids, and like I said, until you experience it, you truly don't understand how quickly things move. I had experience in a previous school division, so I knew how quickly things would move. And then summer school again, there's about half that would return. Some of them, they needed this one off, and others, they just realized it's very intense. But we did have a few students that were second-time attendees. All right, a couple more slides there, I think. So observations. So despite best efforts, families still do not understand the time commitment. We've tried and tried to get that. Large increase on staff pressure to accommodate, I would say, on the realistic wish list. This unfortunately has come up both summers. There's a staff of 3, and 2 of us had very close people die during summer school. And again, you can't afford to take your 5 days off. And so the show must go on. And so I don't have an answer to that one, but it is both staff members were able to just move on in both years, but I'm not sure if everyone has the capacity to do that. So in the future, I don't have the answer for this at this time, but even if someone was to get really, really sick where they couldn't do lessons and be online, and who fills in for them? It's very difficult to have someone come in. So yeah, I don't have the answer for that. And do you shut the school down for a week? Does it go into August and then with diploma exams? So yeah, something for consideration. That kind of worries me, that if a staff member goes down through sickness or a life tragedy, then how do we continue the school on such a rapid pace? Okay. Moving forward, I would really suggest target the Calgary market more. I'm not sure what the procedures are. I do know that things go out. What I realized in asking kids in Calgary why they came to us, because obviously there's several schools in Calgary that offer this, it's because our deadline's later. And so our deadline is quite late in June. And as long as we have the staffing in place and we've got a good sense of the numbers, then we can add students in June. So having a later deadline allows us to capture that Calgary market. We're going to need stricter prerequisites for Dash 1 and diploma courses. Dash 1, so Math 10C kids coming in with a 52 in grade 9 are not typically going to be successful in 20 days of doing Math 10C. The same with a student that's passed a Dash 1 course with a 55, and we had a few of them. We would have had more failures, but working with the families, there were a few of them we switched over to Dash 2, just like you would in any school. But you have to, that works okay in English and social. It's fairly easy to do that. In your math courses, your science courses, you just can't do that. It becomes a game changer. So really looking at the registration process. We tightened it up this past year, had the principals check off a box. But what's happening is kids are just going in and checking boxes off, and they're not really reading it, and then they're telling you what you want. Actually, somehow getting them to do a little bit of work beforehand, I think will help weed a few students beforehand. So if they actually have to write out, here's what the obstacles may be, here's what I might struggle with, here's what I'm strong with. So that registration form was revamped significantly from the first year. I think we need to do even more of that in order to have more of a success rate and less of a failure rate. And yeah, so there's some work to be done there. Course recovery students are not usually successful. So if a kid's been with JERA Online for a year and they haven't finished Social 10, chances are now they're not going to finish it in 20 days. And promote CTS extra credit courses. Quite frankly, these are nice, easy courses for kids that just are looking for credits. They're very easy. They're not hard for the teachers to do. They're not really hard for the kids to do. Maybe target some of our grade 9s deliberately. I've talked and been working with Joelle and Jason. We've been talking about some different camps and that in grade 9 moving into grade 10 at Peaks, which will be going on. You could do the same thing for summer school and perhaps pair up with FACES and do school tours and explain to the kids beforehand some of the advantages and perks of doing summer school. So that's the moving forward part for consideration. I think that's it.
Thank you so much. It's a lot of information, and we appreciate you sharing it with us. The summer school program is new, and it's interesting to see as it develops the changes that you are making. Do you have any questions or comments from trustees?
I'm really glad to see this summer school course. I know it's a real benefit. I had a niece who went through it and she last year, and she was really, really happy with it. And I know what a challenge it is because I have taught summer school in the past, but I also know that a lot of students really benefit from it, especially if they're trying to fast track their school year for whatever reason it is. So thank you for really getting involved in doing this.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks so much. We'll go to Trustee Long.
Yeah, I was pretty ignorant of what your summer program was and what it offered, so this is wonderful. Good learning experience for me, and without knowing a whole bunch about it, to me it seems like it was quite successful. That's excellent.
Thanks. And I do deem it as a success when you look at the number of credits, number of kids we got through. I mean, the failure rate, there's some higher ones, but yeah, in the grand scheme of things, compared to 3 years ago when it didn't exist, yeah, and even our growth from last year.
Trustee Gimber.
Okay, so the graduation rate for students is really important to all of us. And I am wondering how we help, what can we do to help the course recovery students be more successful and get to graduation credit numbers?
Yeah, and so like I said, like in any school, when those students came in, we started to develop individual plans. And so really it becomes an individual plan for each student. The biggest thing is proper communication, and all of our teachers for every course put together a timeline. And so really explaining this is what you have to have done by. It wasn't so much in most cases, it wasn't a case at all of their ability. It's just a matter of the time management. And so really impressing upon them that this is the way it has to be. And we've got to remember, we're dealing with kids that have been in COVID for the last 3 years. And quite frankly, we've been working with students a little more, I'd say, lenient with and flexible over the years. Summer school just doesn't afford itself to, there's some flexibility. And of course, we must be in by 4 o'clock today or else. We were certainly very flexible, but it's it's exponentially, like I said, by the nature of it, it's 5 times quicker. So, yeah, the biggest thing is the communication, making sure they understand what they're getting into and understanding that. And I've had those conversations, for example, 2 of the students that were in doing course recovery that were in pursuits. I said, okay, you've worked on this for a year, you've got 20 days, here's what, and I made them a custom timeline where they have more time because they'd already finished half the course. So yeah, I'm not sure actually what else we could do at this point.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Okay. We really appreciate you coming in and sharing this information with us. We look forward to seeing how those adjustments on some of the intake and all that, the difference that they make next year. So thank you for being here, and we appreciate your presentation.
Sure, thanks. Good.
Okay. We have one more presentation from Carly Bond that we're going to go through. Just one second. Sure. Yes. I don't know. Okay. So, thank you so much, Mrs. Bond, for being here with us today. We appreciate you coming to present to us, and we will turn it to you for your presentation.
Great, thank you. Thanks for having me here. 2 seconds. Yeah.
Sorry, I have an actual preamble I should read. So we're going back to our regular schedule. We're at E6. Carly Bond, our Coordinator of Communications, Culture, and Engagement, will review the Board of Trustees submission package for the 2022 ASBA School Board Innovation and Excellence Award. There is a recommendation coming out of her presentation that the Board of Trustees instruct Carly Bond, Coordinator of Communications, Culture, and Engagement, to issue a press release about the 2022 ASBA School Board Innovation and Excellent Awards submission. Can I get that motion from Trustee Yagos? Okay. And with that official introduction, we'll turn it over to you, Carly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And as you mentioned, I'm here to just take a few minutes to tell you about the nomination that we've submitted for the 2022 Alberta School Boards Association School Board Innovation and Excellence Award. The award criteria is looking for a program that promotes a jurisdiction's mission, advances student learning and achievement, is bold and innovative, serves a broad range of students, creates connections with stakeholders, and that is developed, influenced, and actively supported by the board. So we chose to nominate LRSD Pursuits for this award, and I'll go through a little bit about Pursuits, and all of this is included in the nomination package that we submitted. The goal of LRSD Pursuits is to provide that innovative and flexible learning to students through virtual and experiential opportunities, and that helps to fulfill the board-developed division vision of every student every day. Thank you. So under the direction of Divisional Principal Tara Tanner, the LRSD Pursuits program comprises 7 parts. So I will just take a minute to talk a little bit about these. Home education. There's many choices for families wanting to home educate their kids, and the home education program offers students to have participation in PE and art programs, subscription to programs such as Raz Kids and Mathletics, and for students who are homeschooled to be able to participate in junior high options and sports teams. The virtual school began in September 2020 as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, but it's evolved into a really integral part of our ability to meet student needs. Last year, there were approximately 130 full-time and 225 part-time students from our LRSD schools, and the number this year is even higher than that. Really good registration in virtual school. Summer school, you just heard all about the great things that are happening there in summer school, so I won't reiterate that. Tutoring, many students in LRSD find it difficult to find qualified tutors in their home communities, and so LRSD provides a hub of qualified and vetted tutors where families can hire them on a fee-for-service basis. We currently have about 8 tutors offering their services through our website. Diploma prep. LRSD offers students taking diploma courses the opportunity to attend these diploma prep courses during the weekends prior to the exam. It's proven study courses, and we are pleased there has been an increase in diploma results as a result of this service. LRSD Pursuits coordinates pre-employment certification for students to prepare them for job opportunities while in high school and beyond. And some of the courses have included first aid, WMIS, including a special session for Hutterite colony students that was very popular, avalanche safety training, construction safety systems, safe food handling, high five training, hunter education, ski and snowboard instructor training. And Tara always has more wonderful ideas for that pre-employment center. And then our place-based programming. Peaks Campus hosts our FACES summer education program, student leadership retreats. Some of that pre-employment certification happens there. We also have our place-based coordinators that ensure that many of these experiences are offered in each of our schools and communities. Some examples include the Indigenous Land Camp that we had this spring that was very popular, as well as plant ID and navigation courses. So LRSD Pursuits really does support students in their academic achievement, in personal growth, and it reaches to all the students in our division of all ages and grades, socioeconomic backgrounds, academic standing, and interests. LRSD Pursuits provides something for every student every day. This award nomination was submitted in September, and the winner will be announced at the ASBA Fall General Meeting in November. That is all that I had. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Carly. We really appreciate you getting this together, and we're all very proud of our Pursuits program, and it's often hard to articulate everything that it encompasses, and so to have it put together so beautifully in a presentation is so wonderful. Is there any other trustees who have any questions or comments? Seeing none. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead with our board motion here that the recommendation that the Board of Trustees instruct Carly Bond, our Coordinator of Communications, Culture, and Engagement, to issue a press release about the 2022 ASBA School Board Innovation and Excellence Award submission. That was made by Trustee Yegos. All in favor? Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bond.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to continue on to E7. Trustee Toon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion arising, then I would ask if possible we could move to E10 and start with that on the agenda. I apologize, I might have to leave early here, and want to make sure that I'm here for at least for the motions that my name are on. I don't want to run out before that happens, but the motion that I have arising came out of the discussion that we had around appointment for Trustee Hodges to ASBA. I think it's important because we have the policy, one board, one vote, that we have anyone else who's interested in anything, whether that bylaw passes or not, that we have people approved at this meeting so that those people that can run, so we don't have a situation where somebody is wanting to run for something and they don't have the opportunity to because there is no motion approving them to do that. So I know we have a number of people who were here previously, and I'd ask if that were on things, I'd ask if they're wanting to put their name forward for those positions again, or anyone else putting their names forward. So Trustee Long for labor, Trustee Gimmer for second language. I know previously our chair had been interested in SAPDC, and for myself, I would ask that Trustee Hodges for zone chair would be added to that list, and
Okay, wait, sorry. This is your motion arising from
Yes.
motion? Okay, so first you're asking to move to E11, which your name is on, and then also,
sorry, Madam Chair, start with E10 and move down in the agenda
and
from
this
there.
motion arising is E16 that you're asking for? And do you have wording for it?
No, I would do that now, that we appoint and then fill in the blank people to, we approve trustees running for ASBA positions as follows.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone have any issue with moving to E10 at this time and proceeding there? Okay, seeing none. And we will add E16, approval of ASBA position, approval of trustees running for ASBA position. Okay. We are scheduled to go until 1 o'clock. Then we'll break for lunch and continue on. Is everyone okay going straight through without like a personal break or anything right now? Okay. Okay, so seeing none, then we will move to E10 Public Engagement. Okay, in June of 2022, a scoping session was held around a Nanton solution for reconfiguring and modernization. Because public engagement is crucial for transparency and information sharing and stakeholder engagement, Trustee Jocelyn Sangowitz would like to discuss a possible upcoming public engagement session. The recommendation is the Board of Trustees direct the superintendent to hold a public engagement session in the community of Nanton prior to Christmas 2022. This is being made by Trustee Stangowitz. I will recuse myself as chair. Greg, do you feel comfortable chairing this conversation, or would you? Yes? Okay, so I will turn it over to Vice Chair Long to continue the conversation for E10.
Trustee Stankiewicz, would you like to begin?
Thank you. As accountability is part of our board goals, I feel it's important to move forward with these recommendation.
Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I'm just wondering what kind of engagement session you're asking for, just for direct line, so that if you're asking administration to do this, I want to know exactly what exactly you want as an outcome out of this.
So some specifics, please.
In policy 16, we have stipulations that require the superintendent in any sort of reconfiguration of schools, that there is an engagement session, and we've currently had a scoping session. And in previous terms, there's been a scoping session and an engagement session combined, and so I'm just looking for a continuity.
Poitras.
My question is kind of similar. When we talk about an engagement session, we're engaging in conversation with the community, looking for feedback. As we have submitted a new plan for a Nanton solution that has been submitted, and now we wait to see if we're approved and if not. So my question is what are those engagement pieces that we would be asking the superintendent to bring back to us. We want to know what the community thinks about what, as it's too late to get input on what we have submitted. So my question is what, I understand the sharing of the information of what the new proposal is, but what is that engagement piece on? What feedback would the superintendent be looking for, and what would that engaged conversation be around?
So I'm just going to summarize a little bit from what the former trustees said. You're directing the superintendent to holding a public engagement session, which is excellent. I think what's being asked for is specifics of what the outcomes would be. Am I correct?
Yep.
So that in your motion you would state what you hoped would come from that presentation. And respond to that? Trustee Toon?
Not a response, because I didn't make the motion, but I'd be willing to amend the motion to add in, develop the public engagement at a committee of the whole meeting. I think it's important, good questions that have arisen from trustees, because public engagement says it is important, but the board needs to be in agreement what questions we're asking that, and so we can meet as a board, develop that with our superintendent, and have this be a productive meeting and get the feedback that we're looking for.
Have you got that, Nikki? So the amendment would be that the Board of Trustees direct the superintendent to develop a public engagement session in the community of Nanton prior to Christmas of 2022. Do you want to speak further to that, Trustee Toon?
If we want to, if we were to develop a plan at a committee of the whole meeting for a public engagement session in the community of Nanton prior to Christmas 2022. So it's clear to the administration that we're going to do this at a committee of the whole meeting, and we'll get a consensus from the board then. And that way it'll provide the outcome that we're looking for in some clear, concise direction.
Any discussion around the amendment?
I would consider it friendly.
You would consider it friendly? Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Poitras.
I understand the intent to engage with the community and make sure that there's transparency and stuff. But I feel like in Policy 16, we do have fairly outlined and detailed events that need to happen and take place when there is a modernization or a closure or reconfiguration. So I think that our administration has a lot on their plate right now, and a lot that we are requiring of them. And I think that sharing out the new Nanton solution with the community is a great idea. I don't necessarily believe that before Christmas of 2022 we need to have some type of public engagement session. I think the time for that has passed. So.
Trustee Yegus.
I think seeing that the scoping session that you had was what, in September or June? In June. Okay, if it was in June, I think the public have the right to know and to be informed about what is happening, so that, you know, they're brought up to date in terms of what can be happening. And the longer you leave it, you know how the harder it is. And we could be, you know, whatever is happening can be accepted at any time. You don't know that for sure. So I would like to see this before, as you said, before Christmas and that, unless there's some real problems with that. And the decision, and of course, I agree with what Trustee Toon said about working this out at a committee of the whole.
Thank you, Trustee Yeagas. Trustee Hodges?
Yes, thank you. I think that the board does need to sit down and come up with a plan, because are we actually wanting to share the information out, or are we actually wanting to engage the community? Because if you're going to engage a community for discussion, then you're asking for feedback. And what are we asking for feedback for? So I think that at this time, we need to just sit down as a board and discuss this and come up with a plan, and let's talk to administration and see if Christmas is doable. We are already at the end of September going into October. That leaves 2 months, 2.5 months where we'd have to try and set up a plan. I agree that it's really important to share with our communities what's going on and where the direction is what's potentially happening, but we need to be realistic in our timelines for administration. And so I would like to just have a conversation with administration first to see if Christmas is even doable. There's nothing wrong with going into the new year if we're sharing of information. So I think that the plan needs to become in place first before we actually decide a deadline.
Thank you. Trustee Toon?
Thanks. I just want to thank Trustee Stangwitz for bringing this forward. I think it's a good discussion that we're having here today. And I feel that I'm in full support of this, because we need to have those conversations as a board and as a community. And this allows us to do that. If we go to the committee of the whole and find out that Christmas isn't doable for whatever reason, we can come back to the board and make another motion if we need an extra month or two. But this sets out what our intent is, and it shows that there's support for the board in doing so. I don't want to just go to a committee of the whole and hash out something that the board doesn't support. So that's why I would ask that we vote on the motion as is and not take out the date, because it gives us a goal to work towards and then go from there.
Trustee Yeagas? Trustee Poitras?
I would love to hear from Mr. Seguin on the timeline for this. If you feel like that's doable with the other things we've asked you to do in the next few months as far as engagement goes.
Yes, please, Mr. Seguin.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. A couple of weeks ago, we spent a couple of days together on our board retreat. And during that time, we talked about how fast the school year goes and all the things that we were hoping to accomplish and that you wanted us to accomplish. And so I have some very serious concerns about meeting this sort of a timeline, and certainly about the purpose behind an engagement. Sharing information, I certainly agree is important. The public, the scoping sessions that took place, the last one ended right near the end of June. From there, school year ended, went into summer, and so here we are now. A lot more clarity, I think, would need to be had from the trustees around the purpose and, again, the questions and what sort of feedback you're looking for. So with school visits, starting in October, that leaves like a half a day at a meeting of the whole. You always have numerous other things on your agendas that you'd like to accomplish too. So in order for something to happen before Christmas, it would really need to be fleshed out in that October meeting, because I just don't think that anybody, the public included, would want to meet in December to do something, to have that sort of a conversation. And again, we haven't ironed out all the details of what would be the purpose. I do think the timeline is extremely tight, and more clarity would need to be around the purpose, given everything else that we had set to accomplish at that board retreat.
Trustee Stankwitz, without losing the purpose of this, would you consider an amendment to the date?
I included the date to have a specific time and timeline to keep us, I didn't want to leave it open to any point in time in the future. I wanted to make sure that we came back and reported to our communities, to our stakeholders. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that changes the intent of it, but yeah.
Trustee Toon? Trustee Gimber?
It's just faulty today. Okay, I believe, I'm in support of this. I fully believe that we need to be communicating along the way, every step of the way with the Nanton solution. And I think that we've got a gap right now. I think there's public who don't know anything about what has happened so far. And that is why there is, a little bit of pressure. Time is of the essence to get something out there. So I think that we need to have a Christmas 2022 date in there, but I believe Trustee Toon's comments about developing a plan at a committee of the whole meeting, I don't necessarily think that is a lot of pressure on the administration at the beginning of this. It's something that I think is completely feasible.
Trustee Hodges?
I'm going to speak just to the timeline a little bit. I do feel it is a tight timeline because as a board, we don't meet again till the middle of October is our first, I'm not sure exactly our date, the 17th. So we have a meeting of the whole. I'm not sure how full that agenda is and if we can get it on there, that would again be up to our chair. So if it makes it on there to the 17th, I feel like if we have that on that date, the 17th, if we can have the discussion of holding the plan, we could come back at the next board meeting with a potential date that would probably work better than just saying by Christmas 2022. We all know there's Christmas concerts in there, the schools are busy, parents are busy. If we're going to engage the public and we want to make sure we're sharing, we want to make sure that we're going to do this right. I don't want to just have a meeting to throw it out there to say that we want to communicate with the public because they need to know, and they do need to know, but let's do it. Maybe, I'm just saying, potentially in the new year, there's nothing wrong with waiting another month. If it's a communication piece that needs to go out prior to, then maybe we could just send in a letter saying that we are, planning to hold a public engagement session. But I want to make sure that if we're going to engage the public, we do it properly. And if we're asking for anything from the public, we have to make sure that we're going to be willing to do something with that. So I think the timelines are too tight. I think that we're asking too much. You're looking at a month to plan and organize and announce people to be able to come to a meeting. So I think that we need to come up with a plan, and I agree 100% with everything except for the timeline.
Trustee Poitras?
I would make an amendment, probably not friendly, that the Board of Trustees direct the superintendent to develop a plan to communicate, Yep, I see it. To develop a plan for a public information session to take place in the community of Nanton prior to Christmas 2022. And by that, I would mean an information session would be to share information on the process that we've gone through to get to the Nanton solution that we're at today, to show what the Nanton solution, what has been submitted as the Nanton solution, and not necessarily put it on the superintendent to do himself or any of the administrators. It could be the principal, it could potentially be trustees. So yeah, that the Board of Trustees direct the superintendent to develop a plan for a public information session to take place in the community of Nanton prior to Christmas 2022. I would just say an information session to take place around the Nanton solution in the community of Nanton. Yeah, so around the Nanton solution. I don't know if you think if that does change the intent, then it can't be an amendment, I believe. So I will leave that there for you to discuss.
Trustee Stankiewicz, would that be a friendly amendment?
I'm pretty sure it changes the intent.
Any discussion around this?
Sorry, if it changes the intent, then it cannot stand as an amendment.
Yeah, to go from an information session to a public engagement session, I think they're two totally different things.
Okay.
And yeah, that would be a new motion.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any discussion? And we vote?
You have to read the motion.
Yeah.
Point of information. Okay, I see she is taking it off now. So what we're voting on is
that the Board of Trustees direct the superintendent to develop a plan at a committee of the whole meeting for a public engagement session in the community of Nanton prior to Christmas 2022. This is a friendly amendment made by Trustee Toon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
That was a friendly amendment. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to E11, Safe and Caring Schools. In response to the September 19th, 2020 special board meeting notice of motion, Trustee Toon will discuss information regarding safe and caring schools. And the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve requesting administration being monitored the number and severity of incidences of discipline, including bullying at all schools and with all students in the jurisdiction, to be presented quarterly in a report to the board. Be it further resolved that stakeholders be engaged on what improvements should be made in our schools to ensure students' rights are being respected in a safe and caring school environment. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees review Policy 21 and bring forward any changes for the approval to ensure that the current students' needs are met. This is being moved by Trustee Toon, and I will turn it to him to speak to.
Thank you. With everything that's been happening both locally and globally, we've seen a lot how mental health issues are at the forefront of concerns, both for ourselves as a board and for our priorities, but also for the government and our communities as a whole. Bullying severely impacts the mental health of all those that are involved. I'd like to just share some stats from Safe Canada and the Red Cross. Bullying and on harassment. Victims of harassment report a loss of interest in school activities, more absenteeism, lower quality schoolwork, lower grades, and more skipping and dropping out of classes, tardiness and truancy. Young people who report lower academic achievement levels or negative feelings about the school environment are more likely to be involved in bullying. 71% of teachers say they usually intervene with bully problems, but 25% of students say that teachers intervene. Over half of bullied children do not report being bullied to teachers. Bullying rates highlight the severity of this issue. 47% of Canadian parents have at least one child that has been a victim of bullying. Around 1/3 of the population has experienced bullying as a child. Around 1/3 of teenagers have been bullied recently, and 40%, or nearly half of Canadians, are bullied in the workplace every day. 1 in 4 students from grades 7 to 9 in an Alberta study reported experiencing cyberbullying. These are all serious things, and I know that we've all probably experienced them personally or know somebody that has had challenges in this area, and that as we've seen in the news, the outcomes of this are severe and unfortunate, from suicides to the mass shootings to things that the most extreme cases. And we know that this is something that we all take very seriously, and that we as governors can do some of these steps here to seek to make sure that we are doing all that we can do to ensure that our students are getting the right that they deserve to a safe and welcoming and caring school. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I have an amendment I'd like to make, please.
Okay.
If Nikki can bring it up. It's not really changing much except some wording to make a bit more clarity. I meant to help Trustee Toon with this, but I got wrapped up in something else. So the underlined items are the things that I would recommend, that I would like to amend. So the top one was in line with the board goal of student learning and wellness. The Board of Trustees directs administration to monitor the number and severity of incidents of discipline, including bullying, that occur at all schools and on buses in the jurisdiction, and present it to the board in a quarterly report. Be it further resolved, stakeholders shall be engaged on what improvements should be made in our schools to ensure students' rights are being respected in a safe and caring school environment. Be it further resolved, the Board of Trustees review Policy 21 and Administrative Procedures 348 and 350 and bring forward any recommendations for discussion to ensure the current students' needs are met. You're missing some underlines there, Nikki. So in line with the, yeah. And then the word directs. Directs. And then administration to, the word to, not that. Yeah, there. And then that occurs at all schools and on buses. And then the present it to the board in a quarterly report. And then just the word shall in there. Those are the amendments I'm suggesting.
Trustee Toon, would you consider that a friendly amendment?
I appreciate Trustee Gimmer's help, and I would just have one added wording to it in the sentence that says that occurs at all schools and on buses, and I would like to somehow include the word with all students. One thing that I've heard that from parents when reaching out on this issue, it doesn't always occur at school or doesn't always occur on the buses, that it can be off property just prior to school, and the teachers have really emphasized cyberbullying is something that they have to discipline for, even if it doesn't take place during school hours. So I would like that to be included in there, just with all students, to be inclusive with that.
Perfect, thank you. So that is considered a friendly amendment. So this is the amendment that we will be speaking about now. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges, and then we'll go to Trustee Gis.
Thank you. I just have maybe just a couple questions. Trustee Toon talked about, and I appreciate all students, but I don't know how we can get information on students that are off student property. They are not with us at that point, so I have just a little bit of concern about that. Not saying that it's not in need of, but I just don't know how we can gather information if it's off of school properties unless it's actually, I guess, reported to us. And I also have concern about it being quarterly reports. That'd be a lot of information to gather for every quarterly report. I wonder if there was a little bit of leeway in getting the quarterly reports So those are just a couple of my concerns around that.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber, you wanted to respond to that? Okay.
Yes, please. So at the retreat, we were provided information that there is a system already in place that can be used to track. I believe it was Mr. Kuzik that told us about that. And therefore, if the information is input, all you have to do is push a button to print it. So quarterly, I don't think is unreasonable. It's just getting the information put into the system that would be the hurdle.
Thanks, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Yagos?
I totally support the idea that, you know, about safe and caring, about bullying, and that we need, that, you know, there has to be, or I can say there has to be, about the monitoring. I've got a couple questions around that. First of all, as Trustee Gimmer said, they're already monitoring this, and I know schools send in incident reports. If they don't, they should be, because it's in the admin procedures that we have looked at. And secondly, what are we going to do with this data? Why are we collecting it? How are we going to use it in any kind of way? Is it just for information? Do we want the public to know how much incidences are happening out there? I don't understand why the collecting of this data is and presenting it to the board is, you know, how crucial that is.
Thank you, Trustee Yagos. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. I think reporting on anything is the most important thing that we can do, and as governors, and having all that information to know how our schools are doing, it's just similar to any of our accountability data that we get. It comes forward so we can know how we're doing. When parents come to me and say the bullying is getting worse in the schools, how do we know if it is or not if we're not tracking the number of incidents? So it's really key for stakeholders to know that the things that are being implemented are effective, because we can see that there's tangible evidence that bullying incidents are down, or discipline rates are down. And that'll lead to higher student achievement, because that is directly tied to student health and wellness, is directly tied to student achievement. So to me, it's imperative, us as governors, to ask for this information so we know how our schools are doing as a whole. We can't just ask for how our kids are doing academically. We need to know how they're doing mentally and physically as well.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. Did that answer your question, Trustee Yagos? Yeah.
I guess my question would be to the administration or to the superintendent. Is this information not being collected right now? And is it not accessible to all the to the superintendent and the principals and that if they so wanted?
Trustee or Mr. Seguin, did you want to speak to that? Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, our principals do record incidents right now. As I mentioned at the retreat, I mean, there are varying ways, and we're trying to bring them all together under Public School Works so that there is a consistent method across the jurisdiction. But we do have some disciplinary actions that are tracked for sure, and principals do, you know, enter that data, and we do have access to it. When we are looking at data, it's not to minimize the seriousness of bullying, but you know, our principals have a responsibility under the Education Act to maintain a safe and caring environment and to maintain order and discipline. And I would say our principals overall are doing a very good job of that. And that is evidenced by, you know, one measure that we look at and always bring to you each year is the Alberta Education Assurance Measures. And so if, you know, I went back to the last 5 years, and we are well above, well, not well above, we are above the provincial average in those categories for safe and caring schools. And so the culture of our school division is that we have a caring culture. That's not to say that there aren't incidences that are occurring. We've got data that we've shared with you that shows, for example, under the welcoming, caring, respectful, and safe learning environments, last year we were 86.5% overall, where the province was 86.1%. The year prior we were 88.2%, the province was 87.8%, and we could go on. Like, we've got years of trend data that show that our results are at or above provincial data. Parents, again, we're at 87.7% last year. The province was 86.9%. When we look at the colors on the scoreboard that we all look at every year, that's one of our high areas that we do well in. Last year we were 90.3. This year we're 89.3. And so a large number of students and parents and teachers, complete that. So that's one data set. I would ask the board maybe consider including some of this data, as it wasn't brought up in an initial discussion around and I'm having a hard time remembering, here it is, the ad hoc committee, right? The method of accountability ad hoc committee. Disciplinary stats were one of those measures that the board had identified early on and were part of the presentation that Grand Prairie Public gave to us. And so I would suggest that, that committee meets, identifies all the data sets that the board would like to be aware of. And if discipline, including bullying or suspension stats or that sort of thing, is important to the board to have on a regular basis, then that becomes part of the report that is developed. And so you would have that access to information. So that's something that I would ask to consider. But I would just add, I guess, in closing, that where there are issues that have surfaced that have become more serious, our school administrators do engage the public already. They have engagement sessions, discussions, not only with students, but with parents at school council meetings as well. And sometimes they have presenters that might come in for the whole student body. And sometimes they've even gone to open those sessions up to parents to come as well. So I would say, from my perspective, while there is incidents that do happen out there, that overall as a school division, our culture is pretty strong. It's something that we constantly work at. In our education plan, our schools have, we've set goals for our schools to have I forget the exact wording, but basically that every school will have a plan in place for character education, right? To teach kids to be positive, contributing citizens. And I think overall, when information is brought to our principals, they do deal with that. Could we be better? Yes. We've made some alterations to admin procedure 348 and 350, which was referenced up there. And actually it's on the admin council meeting to talk about with our administrators in October. So we are doing lots of these things already, but if the board would like access to some of that data, my suggestion would be to include that in the method of accountability report and data set that the committee was taking upon themselves to kind of create.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seguin. Go ahead, Trustee Toon. I meant Trustee Long. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate all the discussion. It's excellent. I think it's possible that there have been situations in schools where problems have continued over a long length of time, and that trustees have become concerned that this has been going on for a long time. We weren't aware of it. We'd like to be aware of it. I'm not sure that this is the way, this recommendation is the way to deal with it, because I really think it's extensive. It perhaps has too much in it to make it workable. And as was stated earlier, what would we do with all this information? I don't know what we'd do with it. I know we'd like to hear it. We'd like to know what's going on. And I appreciated what Superintendent Seguin just said about the committee. And I had another thought to throw out here before we vote, and that's that the superintendent prepare and present a brief written report regarding each school administration school to be added to the agenda attachments. Now, so they're there with the superintendent report and such, and if that was way too much for Superintendent Seguin to add, he might have another point to it. But the principals then, they send reports to the superintendent. He could condense those into something smaller and put something attached to our agenda for our board meetings. I don't know if that's possible. What we have in front of us right now seems to be a lot, like to ask to have, and Trustee Gimber said it's not really a lot, to have all of this collected and presented, and then it leaves us still in a discussion position, which is fine if that's what's intended. But I think there's probably an easier way to get the gist of what's happening.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Toon, did you have your hand up? Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I really think that Mr. Seguin's recommendation for this to come to the committee that was actually tasked with setting up some of our data information goals is a really good idea. And it's also, it's not just going to be the committee. We will have the conversation with the whole board, but I think that that's a better way to go about it, because I know that our new trustees haven't been a part of that discussion, and I think it's really important that we actually have that discussion with our new trustees so that they can see the data that we were asking for out of that committee. We haven't had a chance to meet again. And unfortunately, one of the presenters that was on Grand Prairie Public has passed away. And so as a committee, we need to really decide the direction we're going to go. And this is a really great time for that to happen. I agree with having like the data, but I think that we can do it better and easier through the committee and asking for other reports too. I think that we've tasked our superintendent with a lot of things to carry out in the division, and I don't feel like any of our administrators or anything are not doing what they need to do to help make students feel safe. And I just struggle with, it's great to have the information, but you're asking it to be presented to the board when at a board meeting, at a meeting of the whole. And again, what are we as a board going to do with just that information? I feel like there's more information that could probably go along with it. And so there's parts of this motion that I just disagree with.
Thanks so much, Trustee Hodges. Just for myself, questions around stakeholder engagement on engaging with all of our stakeholders in the division on what improvements should be made in our schools to ensure stakeholders' rights are being respected in a safe and caring school environment. Just around, is there a timeline on that? Nope, no timeline. Okay, and what that looks like, we've had some polarizing issues we've tackled in the past, and I am concerned that we may get a vast amount of suggestions coming at us, and then parents feeling like they have the right to hold us responsible to those suggestions, even though they're just suggestions. So I feel it is important to engage with stakeholders. I'm just not sure about that piece of this motion. So that's just for me as the chair. I'll turn it to you, Trustee Toon, to close on this, and then we'll call the question.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion.
Can I add some things? Or no?
Sure, go ahead and then I'll close after. It's fine.
Okay, so one of the things with regards to the board policy 21 and administrative procedures 348 and 350, they're not in line with each other. So they do need to be revised one way or the other. And then I think, to me, the importance of even putting this up here is to show our stakeholders that we are talking about this, because right now it doesn't look like we are. There's things that are happening in the media, there's things that are happening in these schools, and if somebody from the outside were to look in, they have no clue that anything is happening. And I also know that there is a lot of incidents that are happening that are being reported and they're not being written down because they believe that nothing happens when they are written down. They hit a dead end. So if anything, I'm happy this came up so that a conversation happened about it, and I believe we still need to go further with this, whether this is voted in favor or not. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done with regards to bullying and the reporting of it.
Go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
Just one thing to add on to that. The Professional Learning Committee has looking at this issue with the admin procedures. If anybody read over the proposal that was sent out regarding it, and which would be a really good time for a long discussion on this. And I also agree with Trustee Long and Superintendent Sequin in regard to this committee, because we did look at a lot of the measurable things, and we could bring a lot of the measurable things in here to present, which would be available to the public also if they wanted. So I think a lot of this that we have in this can be covered. This is a long motion, and it covers a lot of different things. But I think if we looked at it individually, we can and are doing something with well, I shouldn't say are, but we can be doing something if the rest of this is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Trustee Toon now for closing. Oh, sorry, Trustee Stankiewicz.
I just wanted to say that I definitely support the intent of this motion, but in actual execution, I think we are doing it in different parts already in motions that have been put forward. For example, as Trustee Yagos mentioned, the professional learning and the ad hoc committee. So I would vote against.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Stankiewicz. With that, I'm only looking at Trustee Toon, and we will have him close.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion, and I acknowledge the statements that are made that this doesn't come forward as a motion to say we are not doing anything, that our schools aren't a safe and welcoming place to be. That is, I think, far from the truth. We have amazing educators and amazing students in our communities that care about our communities. The reason why this is so encompassing, it's to get a correlated approval from the board that we are going to take action on this, and we're going to start to do things in a approved manner that the board stands behind this, that we want to move forward on these things. So a committee is doing one thing, another committee, an ad hoc committee is going to do another thing. We as a board previously looked at discipline things in that ad hoc committee, and it was voted down by the board to collect that data. So this motion would say we're going to collect that data and empower that committee to bring it forward. It was not in one of the approved items to look at. So I think that discipline and items of discipline is so crucial to know what's happening in our schools. And I just ask that from the heartfelt conversations I've had with parents and the concern that they have for their kids, that you vote in favor of this, because I know that this has a huge impact on their lives and their mental health and well-being, and that it shows that we support them and the struggles that they're facing, and that knowledge that they're real. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, I'll read the motion that we'll be voting on. What?
Sorry, I just have a point of order that because you said that and I want to make sure I'm voting correctly here, but you said this would direct the committee to do the work, but it doesn't. It directs administration. So it doesn't put us back into committee work. It puts administration. So I'm sorry, like I appreciate everything you said, but it doesn't direct the committee.
So just a point of information. Is this directing a committee or is this?
Doesn't direct the committee, but the committee does not, we collect that data. That data, the committee can't decide to collect that data because the board already voted to not include that data when we had the committee of the whole and we went through and approved all those items. We're not bringing forward items of discipline.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I would just ask that the motion stand and
Yep.
that we vote on the motion and ask
Thank
for a
you.
recorded vote, Madam
Yep.
Chair.
A recorded vote. In line with the board goals and student learning and wellness, the Board of Trustees directs administrators to monitor the number of and severity of incidences of discipline, including bullying, that occur at all schools, to monitor and on buses and all students in the jurisdiction, and present it to the board in a quarterly report. Be it further resolved that stakeholders shall be engaged on what improvements shall be made in our schools to ensure students' rights are being respected in a safe and caring school environment. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees review Policy 21 and Administrative Procedures 348 and 350 and bring forward any recommendation for discussion to ensure the current students' needs are met. All in favor? Those against? Thank you. And with that, we are going to break for lunch. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yep.
We
Yes.
had E16 for trustee Toon.
Yep. Or are you okay if someone else chooses to make that motion? You want to make it? Okay. Okay. Do we have it ready? Do you have it up and ready that we could do quick before lunch? Okay. Okay, we will break for lunch. Thank you.
Test, test, test.
Okay, so thank you. We're coming back from our lunch at 1:51, and we are jumping back into our regular board meeting at E7, which is the Board of Trustees, 2022 and 2023 goals and priorities. I will review the board's goals, priorities, and areas of focus. Livingston Range Board of Trustees has established the following goal areas as a focus for the 2022-2023 school year. Around accountability to community, the LRSD Board of Trustees will update the strategy about community engagement. Number 2, student learning and wellness. LRSD Board of Trustees will increase awareness and accountability for student learning and wellness through data, information, and board learning. And policy, or 3, policy, the LRSD Board of Trustees will review policy regularly for fiscal responsibility. LRSD Board of Trustees will develop a plan to develop trustee capacity for fiscal responsibility. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees reaffirm their support of the board goals and priority areas of focus as presented. Can I get someone to make that motion? Yeah, Trustee Hodges? Okay. Trustee Hodges? Okay. Is there any conversation around our goals that we've set for this upcoming year? Okay, go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I know as a board that we sat down and went through these goals when we had our board evaluation. We set them at our board evaluation. And I know that we accidentally approved some other ones, but needless to say, they were both along the same lines. The only thing different in this one is that we have set policy is one of our goal areas. And I don't feel as connected to that as I do the other ones. I just feel like for focus of goals and for the board, and I look at it as, I know we're setting board goals, but I also feel like it's reflects into our division too. And so I don't know if us making policy a goal area is something that we need to do on there. I feel like that could be better served on our work list and reflected better in that, and us working better with our work list instead of making it a goal area for Livingston Range.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Did you want to make an amendment then?
I would like to make an amendment then. I would like to remove number 3 policy and have it captured in our work list. So moving it to our work list to make sure that we are reviewing our goals.
Okay, thank you. So we are only now speaking about the amendment to remove goal number 3 around policy, and whether we're in favor of that or not. Any comments or discussion around that piece? Go ahead, Trustee Yegas.
I was just wondering if it already wasn't in our work list. I do know it's in our policy.
It is in the work list, yes.
So we're just reaffirming that it's going to be in the work list.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other conversation around that piece? Trustee Gimber?
Yeah, I'll just say that I support removing policy from the goals. I think it's a given, it's not really a goal.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll just vote on the amendment to remove number 3 policy from our goals. All in favor? Okay, that is passed. So the motion will now read the same, with number 1 being accountability, number 2 being student learning and wellness, and number 3 being fiscal responsibility. Any other comments, questions, amendments around our goals? Okay. Seeing none. Oh, go ahead, Trustee Kimber.
I'm just wondering if we should put board development onto here as the fourth goal, because we did discuss it at the retreat. You know what, I'll make that amendment and we'll just see what you guys think. So I am amending that we put number 4, board development. And
That the LRSD Board of Trustees will
develop a strategic plan for professional development and board development. That's what we discussed at the retreat.
develop a strategic plan around personal development and board development.
Professional development.
Sorry,
and board
professional.
development.
Professional learning and, no, professional learning. We're making the switch. And board development. Okay, so we have a motion on an amendment on the floor. Any discussion around that? Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Yes, it's certainly been something that we have spent a lot of time discussing, debating, arguing about. So I don't see any reason not to put it in here, and yeah, I think it's definitely relative. I agree.
Thank you so much. Okay, any other conversation around that? Go
I'll
ahead,
just say
Trustee.
the same thing. I really think it's important. We've discussed this a lot, and I think we have to start putting it in terms of what it looks like and, you know, what it is. And having a strategic plan is really important because right now we're just sort of jumping all over the place.
Perfect, thank you so much. Yeah, no, you may not. It cannot be wrong, you voted it in. Okay, thank you. So we'll vote on the amendment to place a goal number 4 being board development, that the LRSD Board of Trustees will develop a strategic plan around professional learning and board development. Okay, all in favor? That's passed. Perfect. And with our amended goals, is there any other conversation around our 4 goals that have been amended? Okay, I'm just gonna wait for Nikki to be able to get it up here so everyone can see exactly what it's going to look like. All the pressure, Nikki, you do so well. Okay, so this is what it will look like for the following year. We'll just change those numbers to 3 and 4. There's no other comments around that. Okay, Trustee Hodges, do you need to close or?
No, I feel like we've said all we need to say it, so I think it's great.
Perfect. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees reaffirm their support of the board goals, priority areas of focus as amended. All in favor? Perfect. Thank you very much. That brings us to E8, Policy 8. The Board of Trustees has reviewed Board Policy 8, Board Operations, and Trustee Gimber will discuss suggestions and updates and changes. Some suggested updates and changes. I will let her speak to her first recommendation, and then we'll go on to the second one. Trustee Gimber?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, before we discuss it, would you like to make this recommendation?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay, so this is being moved by Trustee Gimber, and now you can go ahead.
Okay, so the first recommendation, our policy 8, board operations, has hotel expenses, but I believe there needs to be clarification in regards to room upgrades. Tipping requires clarification in regards to group gratuities. There's currently no specified policy in place for airfare expenses, and clarification is needed for taxi travel and expenses in regards to taxi cab class and ride sharing. Therefore, we are recommending, the changes in red be made to our policy 8. Just so you know, with regards to A, there's no changes. With regards to B, there's no changes. C just talks about hotel accommodations being paid or reimbursed as receipts are submitted, so no change there. The accommodation type shall be at the conference standard room rate, no change there. If upgrades are requested, the difference in the hotel rate paid and the standard room rate will be the responsibility of the trustee. That is a new piece. Tipping shall be no greater than 15%. That's not new. But in situations where group gratuities are automatically included in the meal total, the included gratuity will be reimbursed as stated on the receipt, but no additional gratuity. That piece is new. All of E is new. Airfare shall be reimbursed based on economy fares with one checked bag included. Seat selection fees will be covered. And then F, most of this is new. Safety is of the utmost importance when a trustee is required to travel. For this reason, when travel by taxi is required, they must choose a recognized yellow cab class taxi company. They will be reimbursed for those fares and a tip up to 15%. Trustees will not be reimbursed for using town cars or limousines unless there are more than 3 trustees traveling together. And the only other change is in D. I just added the word of in that first line. And that is all for recommendation number 1.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber, for the work that you've put into this. Any comments, questions, concerns? Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Yeah, my concern would be with meals reimbursement, Appendix C, and that's that I think they're probably too low. I'm not an expert, but I don't know where you get breakfasts and such for $10 or a lunch. Can I make an amendment?
No, point of order. That would be an amendment to Appendix C. Here,
right.
we are not discussing Appendix C. We're just discussing Policy 8 and the changes. Perfect. But that could be a motion coming forward. Thank you. Trustee Stankiewicz?
I'm just wondering, for taxis, does this mean we wouldn't be reimbursed if we took an Uber?
That is what that means.
Okay, and then for my clarification, when we talk about hotel accommodation shall be paid or reimbursed as receipts are submitted, accommodation types shall be at the conference standard room rate. If upgrades are requested, the difference in hotel rates paid and the standard room rate. Is that the standard room rate or the conference standard room rate?
They're one and the same, depending on whether it is booked as a conference or if the trustee's going just individually to something without a conference rate. That's the standard accommodation type.
So sometimes we get discounts if we stay, and so you get 20% off the standard room rate. So you would take it off of that. That would be the difference then. But if we stayed in a different hotel than the conference one and you upgraded, it would be the regular standard room rate. Is that right? I'm understanding that correctly?
So if we had a conference rate discounted whatever of $100 at a hotel, and the trustee decides to go to a different hotel or a different room type that costs $150, the $50 difference would be the responsibility of the trustee.
Thank you for my clarity. Got it. Okay. And any other, go ahead, Trustee Gibber.
I'm wondering if you would like to put an amendment on there to make it clearer for clarity in the future.
Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Just in regards to that one, I wonder how operationally we're going to follow up on that, right? I understand the standard, if you just leave it at the standard, not versus this hotel or that hotel, right? The standard rate is the standard rate. That can be verified on a website, typically. But, yeah, if you get too complex, I mean, who's gonna monitor it and who's gonna, you know, that's just more operational requirements to, yeah. So anyway, simplicity is better.
Standard room rate. Okay. Thank you. Go to Trustee Gimber, then we'll come to you, Trustee Long.
Just to respond to that, I think that there is ethically, I think the trustees would be more than willing to pony up if they changed. And if we don't have something in here and a trustee stays at a different place, then what?
Go ahead, Trustee Long. Thank you, Trustee Gimber.
Just mentioning an unusual circumstance, but it has happened to me. I can't get a room at the conference center. And so I take a room across the street and it's $15 more a night. And I'm responsible for it. It's really not on me because they didn't have enough rooms for the people coming to the conference.
Did you want to make an amendment to number C around hotels being sold out? He can't make an amendment. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
I think what it says there right now fits under, it's the amendment to the motion that is going to change it, right? So right now, there's no amendment on it because I don't think Trustee Gimber put an amendment on it.
Right. Okay. So I'm just going to read this out to everyone one more time. Hotel accommodations shall be paid or reimbursed as receipts are submitted. Accommodation types shall be at the conference standard room rate. If upgrades are requested, the difference in the hotel rate paid and the standard room rate will be responsibility of the trustees. Trustee Gimber.
I think if between the word conference and standard room, if we put or there, then that covers Trustee Long's concern.
So that is saying that the accommodation type shall be at the conference rate, or if you stay somewhere else, it would have to be a standard room rate anywhere. Perfect. Trustee Yagos, did you have your hand up? No. Okay. Okay. And Trustee Hodges, did you? No. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Perry. He feels good also. Okay. So thank you for that clarity. I think it's very important as we're especially going through our policies that we all have a full understanding because we want to make sure that the wording is clear to everyone. Okay. Is there any other questions before we vote on this recommendation? Go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
I was just going to say, I want to thank Trustee Gimber and for making, changing the policy because when we went through it at first, we first did it, it was a lot of things that we found we didn't really not understand, but we really didn't know what to cover. And I think as time went on, it became very obvious that there were some mistakes or holes in the whole thing. So, yeah, and I also would like to ask that as it's put down here, if this could just be put in policy rather than referring this back to policy committee, because there's no point in doing that when it's so well written as this point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perry, did you have?
I just wondered whether the last line on that C, whether you need to put and the conference or standard room rate.
Yes, to reflect what we did above as well. Perfect.
That was Mr. Feller's catch.
Thank you, Mr. Feller, for that. We're so glad you're here to help us out, that you could make it this afternoon. Okay. So I'll just give everyone a second to read that over. Okay, and The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the following changes to be made to Board Policy 8.6.4. So it's not being referred back to policy, it's just approving right now that these are made. So with that, I will not read out all the changes, but Trustee Gimber, did you want to close? No? Okay. All in favor? Perfect. And again, on behalf of the entire board, we appreciate you taking the time to make these changes and write these up, filling some of these holes. And then recommendation number 2, also coming forward from Trustee Gimber, is that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy 8, Board Operations, be amended to include Section 8.6.5 as follows. I'll give everyone a second to read that, and then we'll discuss it. Trustee Gimber, I'll let you speak to this first.
Thank you. So the board is provided devices for use in accomplishing our responsibilities. There is no currently there is no policy listed with regards to that. So this recommendation is to put in policy that the trustees will be provided the choice of a division issued laptop or iPad with division applications and security installed. The division is responsible for maintaining the device and any required upgrades, or $400 for the use of a trustee's personal device to be paid at the beginning of the term. Should a trustee choose to use their own device, they are responsible for maintaining the device for the duration of the term. And I don't believe that that is different than what we're actually doing right now. So it's just to put it in policy.
I believe it's paid out $100 or $200 every other year. Can you clarify that, Mr. Perry?
Yeah, I believe it was $200 per year per term. Every other year?
It was a total of $400, so I think it was the first year and then the third year. We can clarify that, though.
We'll have to clarify it, yeah.
Mr. Perry, would that have an impact if it was to be paid out just the $400 at the beginning? Okay.
The only impact I would see is if something happens to the individual's computer and they're not able to use it, where do we go from there? But
yeah. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges. Was that your comment as well?
That was my comment. I just had believed that it was $200 and then $200 split up, not all at once, but if there's no impact, anything other than what Mr. Perry said about them, maybe the personal device breaking or something happening, then where do we go from there?
Trustee Stankiewicz?
As someone who has a personal device, it's responsibility of that person to maintain their device. End of story.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Mr. Kuzak.
I just would
Deputy
recommend.
Superintendent.
Yes, thank you. I just recommend maybe not using the word iPad because it's a brand. If you use tablet, that would probably be a better way to use.
Mr. Deputy Superintendent Kuzak would like to make an amendment. Just kidding.
That's a friendly amendment.
That is friendly. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. With that, if there's no further comments or questions, we will vote on recommendation number 2 brought forward by Trustee Gimber. All in favor? Perfect. That is carried. And recommendation number 3, that the Board of Trustees approve PSBAA professional learning opportunities to be included in the expected professional learning and receive remuneration. This is being moved by Trustee Gimber, and I will turn it over to her to speak to.
Okay, so the board expects trustees to take advantage of professional development opportunities provided with our memberships to Alberta Ed and to ASBA. Historically, PSBAA has not been included in those expectations. Because professional development is of utmost importance to ongoing successful trustees, and PSBAA is an important source of information and professional learning opportunities for trustees, and because all other divisions around us include PSBAA with the expected professional learning for trustees, trustees should have access to the same learning opportunities as trustees in other divisions around us.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I don't think there's ever been a limit of you being able to take professional learning opportunities with PSBAA. Any trustee can take their professional development or go to their conferences. We are not a member of PSBAA, and I think that's why it's not just included in like ASBA is. But I feel like if there's something that you want to take from PSBAA, you're absolutely allowed to. It just comes off your remuneration, just like when we choose other conferences or things to go to. It's just part of your own personal learning that you want to do. So there's never been a limitation on any board member ever going to any of these. It's just we are not a member of PSBAA, and so it's not something that is included in that. But there's never a limitation of if you want to go to it or not.
Perfect. Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Agos?
I'm assuming that Trustee Gimber means that we don't need to come and get permission from the board to go to whatever that is, PSBAA, professional learning things because we have to now. That is, it is as ASBA groups. And am I correct in that?
Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
So the reason for this is specifically because in our policy, it states that we are able to take advantage of professional development opportunities from Alberta Ed and ASBA. PSBAA is not included in those lines in our policy. So that would mean if a trustee goes to something from PSBAA, it's not covered for remuneration at this time. So this whole point is to get PSBAA listed in there so that if a trustee attends something, they're covered for that as well.
Go ahead, Trustee Agos.
The whole point, what that means is that you are allowed to go to Alberta Ed or ASBA events, professional development, without asking permission from the board to go to it. Not that you can't go to it, as Trustee Hodges said, that we can go to these if we ask, but we have to get permission from the board. The other two are just standard. You don't have to come.
What Trustee Gimber's motion says, though, is that it does not, if you go to something from PSBAA, it does not come out of your personal PD funds, but it is covered as an expected professional learning, just like ASBA fall general meeting. So it would not come out of your personal PD dollars, which right now it does. Okay, yep, that's the point of the motion. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
The only two things covered for us under ASBA is the fall and general meeting. Anything else, if we wanted to take through ASBA, we have to ask permission and it comes out of our personal PD. I'm correct?
Currently, anything above that's listed, yeah, it comes out of your personal PD. Yeah. But I think Clara's probably accurate in that you probably don't have to come to the board to get permission for that because it's listed in there. But
right.
But yes, anything outside of the spring general meeting and the fall general meeting, you have to use your, unless it's not a PD, but it's a meeting called from ASBA for official business or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I was just trying to put our professional learning with regards to Alberta Ed, ASBA, and PSBAA in line with the other divisions around us. All three of those are covered in their per diem honorarium.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I think that if we we're leaning toward this way. We have to become members of PSBAA in order to get all learning opportunities. I feel like we've increased our remuneration a lot today, and this would increase it even more by being able to by not having to access our personal PD to do this. It would be above and beyond that. So I think that if we're going to consider become a member of PSBA, we need to have that conversation. And if at that time we decide to become a member, then I would be more than happy to talk about this again. But I just feel like this is just not something that I'm comfortable with right now.
Thank you, Trustee Stengowitz.
I don't think the motion in any way indicates that we need to become a member.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
PSBAA offers monthly webinars for professional learning, and you don't need to be a member to attend those.
Okay. Can I make a motion when I'm chairing? Like, I know I can't make an amendment, but can I move that we postpone the question until we can get a deeper understanding of the financial impact and what that would look like? Go ahead.
In fact, if you can't do it, I will, because I know where Trustee Gimber is coming from with this motion, but I think we need to have a bigger discussion, and I totally agree we need to have discussion around membership
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor now from Trustee Yagos she's moving to postpone the question until we can get further information on the financial impact and discuss membership. Did you want to put a date on that? Did you want to discuss that like at the next meeting of the whole, or do you just want to leave it open so that we can fit it where we can? Sorry.
I basically believe we should be getting somebody in from
PSBAA?
Yeah, and at that point, I can't put a time on that because I don't know when we could get them in.
Okay, thank you. Postpone the question until we can get information on the financial impact and discuss membership in PSBAA. Okay, so to have a postponement, then we need the majority of the board to agree to the postponement. So we'll just vote on that now. Okay, so the postponement reads, the motion is to postpone the question until we can get more information on the financial impact. Maybe financial impact of trustees attending PSBAA events, and discuss membership in PSBAA. Okay, so there is no discussion, no debate, no amendment. So we're just going to vote on the postponement. All in favor of postponing the recommendation number 3? Okay, so that is being postponed and we will not discuss it anymore today. Thank you for bringing that forward, Trustee Gimber. We will now move to E9, professional learning, because professional learning is a board priority and education is required to acquire the knowledge needed to stay up to date with challenges and changes. These meetings should be in person and other committee meetings could be held immediately following. There is a recommendation from the Professional Learning Committee that Professional Learning Committee recommends that regularly scheduled learning sessions be held as the proposed schedule outlines. If we could have Nikki bring that up. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Stengowitz. And this was in your package. So I'll turn it to you to speak to, Trustee Stengowitz.
Yeah, we've put together a schedule in conjunction with administration, trying to find dates that works for everybody to complete our book study, as well as expand our knowledge and history on each school represented by each trustee. And we've also included administration procedures, policies, a couple policies in those information sessions, and it's for us to deep dive into those conversations to be held away from board meetings and get a greater understanding and better learning opportunity in those moments.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the Professional Learning Committee for bringing this forward. Go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
I'm just going to add on to it. One of the things that we're also going to include in here is having from each trustee a 15-minute, approximately, doesn't have to be, history of the schools that they are responsible for. And I think it'll give us some background into that. And also, I think it'll be good for us as trustees to learn about our schools, because sometimes we have a tendency to not to do that. So, and when this was Professional Learning Committee put this together, what we were trying to do is take the issues or the concerns that are now being talked about within the board or globally, and or I should say provincially, and put these into so we could look at the admin procedures, because a lot of times we have not gone through these admin procedures, and I think as board members we should be more up to date on some of these admin procedures. I know there's a lot of them, and we're not going to go as individuals and read every one of them, and this would make us look at them.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I just have a question. Have we looked into the availability of a meeting room on these dates? No, not yet. Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments around the Professional Learning Committee's recommendation? Go ahead, Trustee Yeager.
I think I could make a comment too that, and I hope Trustee Stengovich agrees with me, is that if we have a question or we could add on or to delete, take off one of these things, these are what we came up with. It doesn't mean this is written in stone, so that, you know, there can be some adjustments to it.
Thank you very much. Okay. So with that, the recommendation is that the Professional Learning Committee recommends that regularly scheduled learning sessions be held as the proposed schedule outlines, which we've just taken a look at. That was moved by Trustee Stankiewicz. All those in favor? Excellent. Thank you guys from the Professional Learning Committee for bringing that forward. We appreciate that. We're now going to move on to E12. Yes. Okay. So E12 was added. So E12 states ATA Executive LRSD Trustee Liaison Committee. Due to business arising, we would like to make a motion that the Board of Trustees direct the Policy Committee to amend the ATA Executive LRSD Trustee Liaison Committee and Policy 8 to reflect one trustee and the board chair. This is being moved by Trustee Yagos. Did you wish to speak to it?
Actually, this is just mainly a housekeeping to keep up with what we're doing. So, and yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Does it need to state in there that the superintendent is included?
It does currently state that the superintendent is included. This is just an amendment to change the line that says 2 trustees, 1 being the board chair. And so this just cleans up the wording a bit. Thank you. Okay. Any other conversation around E12? Okay. All in favor? And that is passed or carried. Thank you. E13, Policy 8. Other than housekeeping changes, the Board of Trustees has not reviewed Policy 16 in depth to ensure that the content are congruent with the Education Act and current realities in the division. So the motion is that the Board of Trustees direct the Policy Committee to review Policy 16, School Closures, Modernization, and Reconfiguration for the October board meeting. That's being made by Trustee Yeagas. You can speak to it.
Yes, I do. I think we looked at this policy, we were looking for something and there were some questions about it. And so this way, if we look at it and look at other policies, I know Superintendent Sequin has already sent us a policy from Peace River, was it? Grand Prairie? I know there was a prairie in there. But anyhow, we could look at other ones too. And just, as I said, just make sure that this policy, I know we're going to be looking at it in other details and probably will do a review of this, but I think the policy committee needs to look at it more in depth.
Perfect, thank you so much. Any discussion around that piece? Okay, seeing none. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees direct the Policy Committee to review Policy 16, School Closures, Modernization, and Reconfiguration for the October board meeting. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, on to E14. I will move to postpone E14 as the mover has had to leave the meeting at this time. So we will postpone that until our next board meeting. This was a notice of motion. Okay, E15, kilometers rate. Trustee Gimber is making a motion that the board directs administration to determine the impact of an increase to the budget and report at the next meeting of the whole. Trustee Gimber, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. As we know, the price of fuel has increased significantly over the past year. LRSD has not made an adjustment to the rate per kilometer paid this year. According to Policy 8, 6.4 Appendix C, Number 5, the per kilometer reimbursement for travel greater than 5 kilometers as per the provincial rate of 50.5 cents per kilometer for eligible meetings. Upon researching 5 other school divisions in Alberta, their rates vary from 54 cents to 58 cents per kilometer with an average of 56.2, and ATA is paying 58 cents. Because any changes that we may recommend will affect the whole division's travel expenses, the motion is the board directs administration to determine the impact of an increase to the budget and report at the next meeting of the whole.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Any discussion around this piece? Seeing none. The motion is that the board directs administration to determine the impact of an increase to the budget and report at the next meeting of the whole. It was moved by Trustee Gimber. All in favor? Okay, thank you very much. And E16, approval of ASBA positions, as ASBA is going to be redoing its Board of Directors and subsequent chair and vice chair positions if needs be. The motion is that the Board of Trustees approve trustees for the following ASBA position: Zone 6 Chair, Trustee Hodges; alternate Zone 6 Director, Trustee Toon. Can I get someone to make this motion? Trustee Yeagas. Thank you. Any comments, discussion around this? Your mic is on.
I was just wondering if other trustees want to put their name forward for things. This is the time so that they could be approved by the board, and then they have a legitimate standing to do that.
Thank you for that. Just at this time, all the committees are 2-year standing committees, and this is just the end of year 1, so they won't be having appointments to TIBA or SAPDC or anything like that until the following year. So at this time, just zone chair, director, vice chair needs to be permission given. Thank you for that clarification, Trustee Yeagas. Trustee Gimber, did you? Okay. Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Board of Trustees approve the following trustees for ASBA position: Zone 6 Chair position, Trustee Hodges; alternate Zone 6 Director, Trustee Toon. All in favor? Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Perry?
Just while you're in the E section, I guess this is related to the organizational meeting. I do have seeking clarification with regards to the adjustments to remuneration and when they occur. Simplicity would be October 1st, but I don't want to make that assumption.
Okay. Board of Trustees, based on the changes made today, is it the understanding of the board that the changes will come into effect for our October 1st, 2022-2023 school year and moving forward? If that's your understanding, please indicate so by the raised hand. Okay. Oh, Greg also. So yes, please. Thank you for seeking that clarification. We will move forward with the changes coming into effect October 1st of 2022. Thank you very much. Before we move out of the E section, I just want to double check as chair that I haven't missed any motions or notice of motions that people have put forward today or in the past.
What about the ones that were pulled out? Was that in the E section or another one?
Those will be in the F section for discussion.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, yes, Trustee Stankiewicz?
Can I make an emergent motion?
You can try.
Okay.
Just a minute, one sec. Is it arising from business? Yes. Is it arising from today's business? Okay, go ahead.
In light of the large amount of work that we have requested from our administration and extraordinary amount of work we've asked for them, and because our superintendent is on a contract, I would like to recommend that the board suspend the superintendent evaluation this year.
Okay, so we have to vote on whether or not we think that is an emergent. So first, does anyone? Okay, so you can do a notice of motion. Yeah, so at the next meeting, so would you like to do that? Okay, so Trustee Stankiewicz is putting forward a notice of motion around the superintendent evaluation for the 2022-2023 school year. Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Okay. So we have made it to section F. Discussion and information items. So F1 is the 2022-2023 preliminary enrollment numbers. Jeff Perry, our Associate Superintendent of Business Services, will review the preliminary enrollment numbers, the process for gathering the projections, and any relevant trends for the 2022-2023 school year. I'll turn that over to you, Mr. Perry.
Testing. Okay, thank you. Nikki will bring that item up, so we'll just wait for that. I will, while she's doing that, I'll just indicate that these are preliminary, so these are not final enrollment numbers, but we thought it was important to bring to you what it looks like at this point in time. And why I say preliminary is there's still a process where there's priority school conflicts that would have to be cleared, and we've gone through those and identified which ones we think are ours and which ones may not be ours. So a priority school conflict may be two schools that are claiming the same individual students. We have to clarify whether they're actually with us or whether they registered with us and then left in September and are with another school. So that's why I say this is preliminary. So we will bring the final numbers after September 30th in the October board meeting.
Sorry to interrupt you so early on. I'm just wondering, we recently heard at a Zone 6 meeting that there was close to 500 students who enrolled with the Minister of Education directly for home education. is it required that the minister reports to us if there are students registered with her for homeschooling from our division, that she let us know?
Chad, do you know that? No, I don't know of any requirement that the minister would need to do that.
Yeah, my understanding is there is no requirement.
Okay, perhaps that's something that we could advocate for so that we know where our students are. Thank you.
We just in connection with that, we've requested that information to see if we can find other students within our jurisdiction that are attending other schools, and we don't have the ability to do that either.
Is it not the responsibility of school boards or school divisions to let other schools know, or homeschools to let them know? There isn't anything.
At this point, I don't believe there is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry that I jumped right in here. Go ahead, trustee, or Mr. Seguin.
Yeah, there we go. I believe it's in the home education regulation that the homeschool provider is supposed to, by January or February of each year, let the, I don't want to say the homeschool division, know which students they are providing homeschooling services to that live within our postal code, geographic
Yes.
boundaries.
So,
Yeah,
but that's the only one, is homeschool providers are supposed to let the geographic jurisdiction which the homeschooler lives in. But aside from that, there's no other responsibility.
Right,
Okay.
and occasionally we get in maybe 3 or 4 that do indicate that they have some students living within our geographic area, but we don't know how many else might be out there.
Okay, perfect. Trustee Long?
What about the responsibility of applying for and receiving school records, student school records?
That is a different topic.
When they've transferred.
That is a different topic that we will have to add to another meeting, unless you have a really quick answer.
I think he's just
Yes.
referring to our ability to know where they're at, because
And
they
where
would
it
have to
goes.
request their file from our school. Is that what you're getting at?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Is there not a policy
no,
that a school is, when they have a student come in, they're supposed to request the records from the previous school?
yeah, I believe in most cases that does happen. But if they may only stay with that school 1 year and then they're on to another one, so it wouldn't give us the ability to track them as far as still being in our community and attending other schools. So the only one that we have the ability to have any indication as to students attending elsewhere is homeschool, like Mr. Sequin related. So, okay.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay. Okay, so this is a document that you're likely familiar with. I'll just go through it just so you have an understanding again, because you don't see it very often. But the first column is the school, and we've divided them into community as well. So we can see the number of students projected, which is the second column. So the regular projected students, when we say regular, we're talking about attending the school in person. And then we have regular actual as far as what we know right now. And then there's a difference column. And then we look at what we had last year as far as students attending, and the difference between that and what the actual is. So that's how you read this document. And so when we look at Nanton, we actually have a scenario where AB Daily School is actually down significantly. 17 from projection and 22 from the prior year, whereas JT Foster is actually up from the prior year by 16 and up 1 from projection. So overall, the community of Nanton is down 16 from projection and down 6 from prior year. And of course, we're just getting information in. These are preliminary enrollment, and so we'll have discussions and so forth with the administrators to have an understanding as to what that means for the September 30th count, but that's just an indication of where we're at right now. Stavely is up 3 from projection and down 5 from last year. So, Clarisholm in total is up 4.1. We, in some scenarios, we share between homeschool and the school, and that's a percentage-wise, so that's why you get an odd number there. And we're up 43 from the prior year in Clarisholm. Granham is down 5 from projection and down 1.5 from the prior year. In our Fort Macleod community, we're down 18 from projection, however, only down half a student from the prior year. So projections were that we would increase, and that didn't come to fruition. For the most part, that is FP Walsh, and there is a lot of transiency in that particular area, and we've seen that in the past where more students come in and then the next year less students. But the town of Pincher Creek, we have an increase, and specifically in Canyon, and we'll get more details as to where they're coming from, but 22 up from projection and 23 up from the prior year. And Livingstone is down 5.5 from projection, but up 4 from the prior year. So Crow's Nest Pass in total is up 21.5 from projection and up 24 from the prior year. So that's good news in the Crow's Nest Pass, because in the prior year it was the opposite way. In our outreach, and here's one of the areas where FP Walsh is down a little bit, because the outreach area is up a little bit. And so that's what I mean when I say transiency there. They between the different schools, including Crossroads and Gateway. So outreach schools are up 22 from projection and up 29 from the prior year. Colony schools are down 2.5 from projection, but up 6.5 from the prior year. So in total, for attending schools, this is in-person students, we're up 25.6 from projection and up about 116 from the prior year. And you'll see where the majority of those come from, but there's a trend of students going back into the classroom, and we've seen that up front in the beginning of the year. When we look at students that may be attending at home or online, we see a little bit of a different trend, and so it's broken up in total. I threw the international students in there as well. We could have left them up with the schools, but the international students, we budgeted for 33 or projected 33, and we have 34 at this point in time. But we had 48 in the prior year, and we knew we were going to be lower this year. Although I know Miss Schmerler is working on getting additional students for the second semester as well. So overall, there is a decrease to the point where we have from projections a 0.05 difference from what we projected at this point. That's pretty accurate, eh? From the prior year, we're up about almost 60 students from the prior year. So the one trend, if we look down further, so we actually have less headcount students. So we have 3,800 students projected, 3,773. So we're down 27.5 from projected, which basically means that we estimated high on kindergarten, and we have less kindergartens, but we estimated lower on grades 1 to 12, and we have more 1 to 12. And so that is why head count, we're down 27.5, but yet our overall FTE is fairly even from what we projected. Head count from the prior year, we're still up 22. So we're just down 27.5 from projection. Home education head count, we projected 54. We currently have 41, so we're down 13 as a head count, and that's down 5 from the prior year. And just for additional information, students with concurrent enrollment, meaning they're attending a school and virtual school as well, taking a course here or there, we counted 211 at this point, which is an increase from the prior year. Our number 139, I'm not sure whether it's that great of a difference. We'll look into that a little bit more, or whether we're just being able to track it better now. So, but there is an increase in the intake of students, and we've seen students going back into the classroom and potentially still taking a course with virtual school or whatever it might be. So that's a good thing. The higher that number is, I mean, it means we're meeting the needs of our students by having the flexibility to allow them to be at school, but also access the virtual programming as well. Preschool students, right now we have 78. Last year we had 82. And pre-K program unit funding students, we have 25 this year, and I just didn't have the number for prior year at this point. So that gives you an indication of where we're at. So we're up students from the prior year. We're pretty close to the same FTE as what we projected. Head count, we're down from projection, but and then it's broken out into those areas. So I'll take any questions if there's any.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Mr. Perry. Do we have any questions around the projected enrollment numbers so far? An increase is pretty exciting. A lot of divisions are seeing decreases. Okay, seeing none.
I'll just reiterate that they're preliminary. So one of the things, so Melanie, who works in our student information system, does a lot of work to ensure that our systems are updated appropriately. Sometimes we can get a scenario where we think the student's there because they're in the system, but they're not actually there. And so these are preliminary as we go through them and finalize what the actual enrollment is with what Alberta Education is recognizing. So anyway.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. With that, we will move on to F4, which is the superintendent's report. Trustee Yegas had a few questions. So we'll turn it to her.
I have one question.
Sorry, one question.
And maybe it's an interpretation. In your key areas for the next month, you state meeting with an Alberta accredited school in Mexico. Now, are you going to Mexico, or is there a school there that you're meeting with, and why are you meeting?
Yep, for sure. I thought you knew the board and senior admin are all heading to Mexico next month. No.
Trustees too?
Yes, yeah, no, for sure. So we had a former, see if it's a little more clear. We had a former Alberta Ed Field Services liaison that left that work a couple of years ago and became the principal or director, I can't remember what it's called down there in Mazatlan, of this Alberta accredited school. So they teach the Alberta curriculum to students there, and they receive, Alberta credits, and so they follow the Alberta curriculum. And so she contacted me the other day and said, hey, next year our K-8 school is moving to a K-10. Can we talk with your school division about how you handle smaller high schools and how you meet their programming needs? So maybe on the notes I should have said virtual meeting rather than meeting, but that's where the school is. And so in a brief communication there, we said, well, maybe there's a potential partnership down the road. We have a virtual school. If they're expanding, perhaps they can't offer all of the high school courses at first, and maybe we can explore some potential opportunities to partner with us. And then I kind of dropped in, maybe in return, they might have some Spanish that we might be able to pick up on as a second language. So Chad and I don't think Tara's able to make it as she thinks she has a conflict, but it's this Thursday afternoon. So we have a virtual meeting. Unfortunately virtual, but we'll explore that and just see if we can help them out and give them some idea of the different things that we do through our virtual school using Hapara and other programs, and we'll see if there's anything down the road that we might be able to continue to work on. So it's an exciting opportunity.
Thank you so much.
That does sound exciting. Yeah, thank you.
Very exciting. And then I know Mr. Feller wasn't here this morning, but your report has also been pulled. So you're on the spot here for a minute. Trustee Yegas had a question for you as well.
In your what you wrote out, you said completion of a mental health in schools pilot grant. Could you explain that? In detail?
In detail, surprise. We were really hoping to be able to share some good news with you in October regarding this grant. We first learned of the grant in mid-August about an opportunity that the Alberta government was putting out $10 million towards the support for mental health in schools. And it was required that we were doing an innovative project to gain access to that grant. And so over the past 2 weeks, sorry, not over the past 2 weeks, but from August 23rd to September 15th, we've put in about 40 to 50 hours of work going into a grant that we're hopeful that we can receive to support our students. Really, the goal was to enhance the mental health, well-being, resiliency, and thus the learning and achievement of our students who present with notable and concerning mental health and addiction needs. I can go on if you want further information on that, but the piece that we're looking for, the innovative piece, is that now that we no longer have Dr. Massey as our clinical team lead moving forward, we are going to be working with her, Mr. Kent Hollingsworth from KCC, and partnering with Palliser and Holy Spirit to build an opportunity for professional development. We intend to meet our goal by working with those individuals and providing new and innovative services, including collaboration, professional development, and or clinical services that are empirically validated and reflect trauma and attachment research. Research indicates the clinical services to be provided by our partners are important for students and families when addiction and mental health concerns are present. One of the key pieces is looking at being able to hire 2 mental health workers, 1 Indigenous and 1 clinical psychologist, to do the work that we're unable to get to in our schools.
Is this a Alberta government grant?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
And I hope we hear some positive news next board meeting.
We have our fingers crossed and our toes.
Okay, sorry that I had to step out there for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Feller, for sharing that information with us, and we look forward to hearing more about it in the future when you hear back, which will hopefully be not too long. With that, we'll move on to G, our key messages from today's meeting. Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Congratulations, Deputy Superintendent Cusack.
Would you like that as one of our goals? I mean, our key messages is the appointment of deputy, is that what it is? Associate Superintendent. Okay, other suggestions? Go ahead.
The 4 goals for our area of focus.
Yep. Trustees' goals for the year. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I think both our presentations should be on there. And
The presentations.
yeah,
Yeah, FACES and summer school.
yeah. And then I was wondering if we should also just highlight what Carly presented to us about our ASBA award and pursuits. Like, I know we're sending out a news announcement, so I don't know if that's something you want to put in here, but I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Okay, Trustee Gigas, what were your thoughts?
The professional learning one?
Our professional learning schedule?
Just what we're doing, yeah. It would just be a summary, it doesn't, or précis of what it is.
Okay. Okay, so any thoughts around having the professional learning on there, or any of these other ones on there? Feelings of sharing them with school councils? Go ahead, Trustee Stankiewicz.
I think if the public would like to know about our professional learning, they could watch our recording.
Okay, so you would be in favor of not having that one on there? Okay, any other thoughts on that one? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
This specific piece on professional learning, I just, I don't think it's as important as some of the other key messages that are up there to be included this time.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Okay. I would also be okay with not having it on there. I think sharing our goals is great, and then updating on specific professional learning. What about ASBA award? So that would be information on pursuits that we would be sharing. Go ahead, Trustee Toon. This is Trustee Long. Sorry, Trustee Long, all day long.
I thought school enrollment would have been a focus. I know when I present our numbers at school council, they appreciate it, the numbers for the division and each community.
I would maybe recommend that we wait on school enrollment, as those are preliminary numbers, and next month we'll have actual numbers. That's just my thoughts. Go ahead.
It's public knowledge right now because it's shared at the board meeting. So I feel like if school councils are wondering about it, then it's not something bad to share, but just make sure we reiterate that it is just preliminary and we can come back with more. So I'm good with either one. I wouldn't maybe, yeah, so those are my thoughts on that one.
Okay, any other thoughts around the preliminary enrollment numbers? Come on, got to finish our meeting off. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I would be okay with doing the school enrollment numbers if they're going to be shared with us, because they were not part of our meeting package.
Okay, do you feel comfortable sharing the preliminary numbers with us? Okay, so all in favor of keeping school enrollment as one of our key messages, please just raise your hand if that's something you would like to see stay on there. Wow, okay. I guess we'll leave it on there. The ASBA awards, so now we have 5. We should have 3. Okay. All right, is everyone comfortable with 5? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I would say remove the ASBA award one because it will be a news release. So
okay. We could also share it later if we win the award. When we win the award. Okay. Is everyone comfortable with these 4 goals? Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Are you okay with the enrollment if I give you a summary versus the detail? I'm not sure whether all schools need to see that AB Daily's down 17 at this point in time. Just a question.
Would the summary go it would just say what? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I would only use it for my own knowledge. I wouldn't be something I'd be sharing with like the actual numbers, the actual document. I wouldn't be sharing. It would be more, I personally, I can't remember what you said with regards to which one was higher and which one was lower and which schools were better. So that's what I would be referring to.
Okay, so go ahead, Trustee Long.
When I brought that up, I used the words community. I said not individual schools. I said do it by community. That was exactly what I said.
Trustee Yagos?
I agree with that. There should be a summary because it is preliminary and yeah.
Okay, so the preliminary numbers will not be shared out specifically, but Trustee Perry, Mr. Perry will share a summary that we can share with our school councils. Thank you so much, Mr. Perry. Okay. With those 4 in mind, I am looking for a motion to go in camera at 3:06. It's Trustee Long. And we needed to be out of this room at 3 o'clock, so if you guys could bring your stuff. In camera is our last piece for today, and then we'll send in our adjournment. So thank you.